Welcome, Green River race fans. We're broadcasting to you live from the Green River here in Saluda, North Carolina, and the Green Ranch for our 29th annual Green Race, an event that's going to support the restoration and rebuilding, putting this beautiful community back together down here in the Green River Gorge. Al Gregory's just rolled in here this morning. Al, what are your thoughts about this monumental day that we're branding the New Dawn?
New chapters are going to be written, Brian. It's something that we'll talk about for years. It's hard to describe. It's really hard to describe. You can see some of it behind us, but it really, until you're here, you just don't understand what happened.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have FEMA trucks still on site. The river has been changed forever, but more than that, lives have been changed, houses and property have been lost. So this is a beautiful opportunity for this community to come together to celebrate each other and the one foundation that the whole Green Race was born on, which is love. Love for one another, love for the river, love for the community, love for this sport. Al, you've talked about a lot of love over the years. Share with us a little bit about what this race and community has meant to you over your lifetime.
Oh, wow. That's a great question. I think we're going to ask that question to a lot of people today. And I put a lot of thought into what this means to me. And it's more of like, it's not what it means to me, it's part of me.
That's right, brother. That's right. That's right.
So everybody has a little bit of Mother Green in her, in us. And so it's not really what it means. It's like part of you that is now changing, and we're going to write a new chapter.
That's right.
About what it's about.
That's right. It's a new dawn. And, you know, Al and I have grown up on this river. We've been paddling the Green for over 30 years, and we've watched boys become men and little girls become women and legacies born and friends pushing each other and supporting each other. So today, we're going to ask you to join us in our auction that's available online to support the restoration and rebuilding of the Green River. We want to thank our sponsors. There's so many to thank. Our manufacturer sponsors like Dagger, LL, Liquid Logic, Piranha, NRS, Astral, Werner. We want to thank all our sponsors. And we're going to try to raise as much money as possible to rebuild this community. And we'll spend the day sharing stories of geology, hydrology, and what exactly it is we're experiencing down here.
And carnage. Carnage in the sense of this disaster, and what we all know and love about the Green Race is whitewater carnage. I am sure we're going to have some of that today that they're going to show us. I love carnage.
Yeah.
But I don't love this kind of carnage.
That's right.
I love seeing people have a good beat down in the hole and then roll up and laugh at us and smile at us, and it's awesome. Even when you swim, it's kind of funny, but as long as they're okay.
Yeah, so we're gonna grieve a little bit today. We're gonna remember, and then we're gonna rebuild. I think we have an opportunity to kick it to our sponsors, so I'm gonna go ahead and throw that to our broadcast team.
funny, the original inspiration for the power slide, I can actually pinpoint a day where it started. And it was my first day safety kayaking on the Chattooga. The Chattooga, in the early 90s when I got there, it was one of the places to be. Everybody's skill level was high because it's considered a pretty technical rafting run. Everybody that was a safety boater out there, they've got to be good. All of our boats were basically the long boats of today. And so to play, you paddle the river really fluidly. We would try to find cool eddies to carve through, cool currents to cut across. And that always was inspirational. The power slide, you know, I wanted that slalom-y feel, that long glide. You're trying to make it look easy and make it look fluid and smooth. And that's kind of that's the essence of the power slide.
We all have a footprint, some bigger than others. When corporations take initiative to offset their carbon emissions in an amount equal to their carbon footprint, we find balance. This is carbon neutrality, and this movement is essential for our planet. One Colorado-based brewery has been prioritizing sustainability since they first started brewing beer 3 decades ago, and has just made a defining step towards carbon neutrality as a company. Meet New Belgium Brewing.
greenrace.us. Is it on? Can we put that on the screen? Yeah, I don't. Greenrace.us. Hi, Buffy. Nice to see you.
I was going to do a breakdown of what's going on today. A little bit about how we.
What's going on today? I didn't get the breakdown.
You just pay attention. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 29th annual Green Race. A new dawn where we're restoring and fundraising and rebuilding this amazing community down here in Saluda, North Carolina on the Green River. We're broadcasting live at the Green River Ranch. I want to share a little bit, Al, with viewers at home what's going on today. We have a lot of activity. Probably several hundred folks have deployed to go help with the cleanup. So, Al, we've got 4 groups out there.
Yep.
In amongst it.
Yep, and we've got people on foot upstream from here, and we've got people in boats downstream. And
yeah, so let's give them a quick course breakdown of what's happening out here in the gorge today. We have trip leader Tommy Hillicky, the most winning green racer of all time, leading the charge literally from the takeout of the green up through Hammer Factor to Gorilla. They're going to break trail and pick up trash. Like, we have a lot of equipment out here that can do a lot of big heavy lifting, but we have a lot of small debris. And what that takes is a lot of hands on the trail, hands on the street. So yeah, Tommy Hillicky, his brother-in-law Scott Dillard leading the way up the Narrows to do a cleanup. We have a second crew out
with Leela.
We have Leela Witten leading the river cleanup. So they're launching from the Green River Ranch and going downstream. Again, you know, behind us, Al, there's debris piles 25, 30 feet tall. You can see it on the TV there, ladies and gentlemen. You can see where the bridge is washed away and the road is washed away. And thankfully, a lot of this heavy equipment can get that big stuff. But Leela Witten and Shane Benedict are out there with a crew of about 50 floating down the river with trash bags and rafts and canoes and kayaks. I'm going to try to pick up as much small debris, you know, the kind of stuff that can hurt kids. And you know, this community
trash. Like this river didn't have any trash on it before. Very, very little. Even after the Green Race, which would be, you know, 1,000 people in that little gorge, it was hard to find a piece of trash.
Absolutely.
And we're going to try and get it back to that point, because everybody's trash came down the river, and we're going to have to make it a little bit cleaner.
This community.
Wow. Look at all that sand, Brian. Look at all that sand.
I mean, this community is not only like a beautiful place, but there's businesses run here. And we have a clock, you know, springtime comes around and the folks that own the rafting companies, Green River Adventures, Green Cove Tubing, Chris Wing and H2O, I mean, they have small businesses. So not only do we want to get the trash out for the environmental reasons, but we want to get the river cleaned up so that we can help these businesses get back into operating. And so the best way, folks at home, the best way to help us with this restoration and this rebuilding is to go on to Green Race USA. Online, greenraceusa.com, or Facebook, Green Race USA, and participate in the raffle. Spend that money. We need your money. We need your help. This is our opportunity. A shout out to our sponsors, Al.
We got NRS, Mountain Time, Watershed, Easy Street Remodeling, Turtle Box, Immersion Research, Liquid Logic, of course, Astral, Dagger, Perry Fisher and Associates, and Piranha Kayaks. Brian, what do you see happening? Well, tell me about the dam. What do you know happened to the dam and the powerhouse and the ability to control the water from Lake Summit?
You know, my understanding is that the dam is not operating properly right now. It was covered up with a bunch of water and muck. I am not an expert on the dam situation. What I do know is right now it's not functioning. The water's spilling over, and the river is a natural flowing river. So that's what I know, Al. What about you? Let's compare some notes here.
Well, I saw some pictures of the powerhouse, and looks like part of the back wall got collapsed into the building. And I don't know the status of the tubes or anything, but it is my understanding that there is an ability to release water from somewhere other than the powerhouse into the river. From our friend Raymond Cotton had told me when he first started running the green, the powerhouse was broken, and for them to control the water level, they would open a gate at the bottom of the dam, which is the original 3 gates.
Okay.
And my understanding is that is possible. So I'm hoping that somehow, some way, we can start having the recreational releases again. I would be very thankful if they rebuilt the powerhouse. I think that powerhouse is from about 1910 or 1908, somewhere in there, and it would be. It doesn't seem economically viable to do that, but for the benefit of the businesses in the area and the local economy, they get a lot out of that. The town of Saluda gets a lot out of the recreational releases
That's
of
right.
water.
I have to think that tourism is one of the major economic foundations of the town of Saluda. So let's hope that we can get that power plant back up and running and have scheduled releases so that come spring, summer, and fall, as many people can come and enjoy this beautiful place as possible. So we're looking at a little bit of the drone footage.
This is the lower Green River.
The lower Green River. So I want to just complete the cycle on the activities of today. We talked about the team of 50 headed up to Gorilla to pick up trash. We have another team of 50 headed downstream to once again pick up trash. And then we have Eric DeGill, Flying Frenchman, leading the chainsaw crew. So we have Corey Volt, who's been here on scene. I mean, Corey Volt has the longest chainsaw bar I've ever seen. It's 6 feet long, and there's nothing that Corey Volt can't do in a kayak or with a chainsaw. So we have some of the best sawyers going, and they're out there giving her hell.
Yep.
Because that's what needs to be done. Again, you can see the aerial footage. I mean, look at the pile of wood, Al, on the side of the river.
It's incredible.
You know, that's the debris that equipment can get.
Yeah.
But what this event is about, what this 29th Green Race is about, is not only putting our hands on each other and telling each other how much we love and appreciate each other, but in that same breath, putting your hands on some damn trash.
Yep.
And picking up and cleaning up.
Yep. This is it should be a great day with all the people out here, and we're camping on a beach this year. The Green River Ranch historically has been a big grassy field,
and now you can see
it down there. All these cars, the sandy color, because it's now covered in sand. It's essentially a beach. I mean, it's pretty nice, to be honest.
It's beautiful. It's a bit dusty, and what I want to acknowledge is that as you're looking at the Green River Ranch on the left side of your screen, with Green Cove Road going down the middle, on the right, you can see that sandy beach. Our good friend Fast Fred, an old soul, an old Grateful Dead head, he lost his entire house, his cargo containers, and everything. And so you can see a little shit right. It's at the bottom of your screen now. That's Fred's new establishment. What a beautiful soul. You know, he told me last night, the other night at the party, it's material possessions.
They don't matter to him.
It doesn't matter to him. What he's hanging on to are the memories.
Yeah.
And the love. And, you know, my favorite thing about Fast Fred is his Go Left Carnage reels with a rating scale of 1 to 10. He's been posted up there for years. And there's no more pressure on the Green Race than run and go left knowing Fast Fred's filming.
Yeah, go to YouTube.
I want a perfect score. I don't know about you.
Oh, absolutely. That one you have to be smooth as fast.
Actually, I think in 1999, Al Gregory won the race because Tommy Hillicky and Jason Hale both flubbed go left. And I think that was your year, Al.
It's all about going smooth there. Going smooth there. So you guys should check out Fast Fred on YouTube. It's definitely worth watching.
Check out Fast Fred. Check out his GoFundMe page. I mean, literally, this man has 2 cargo containers adrift downstream. They're locked up. Contents doesn't know. And he's hoping that the service can dredge those out and bring them back up. But I was looking for him out driving all the way. I didn't see him. But just imagine if your whole life was adrift.
Yeah.
Beach in a cargo container.
The other part of what we're going to do today is remember the green, how it was, and tell some stories. And tell me a story. I know in the last, month since this has all happened, you've thought of many times on the green that you had this experience, something happened, and it'll be memorable the rest of your life. Tell me one of those.
Yeah, Al, it's a great question. So in college, we would drive over from Cullowhee to run the green, and it was Jason Hale's car, the Zephyr, and of course we had wooden racks, man, with the bolts drilled through the roof, and the nubs of the bolts about to hit your head. And the whole deal was if you ran Gorilla on the way back in Silva, you would get a Frosty from Wendy's.
From Jason.
From Jason. He would buy a round of Frosties from Wendy's. And I hadn't quite become a man then yet because, I hadn't had my opportunity to pop that Gorilla off my notch, So I didn't really care about running gorilla as much. I just wanted that frosty, and that day came.
You were hungry.
I was hungry, and in classic Jason Hale style, he said either you get the frosty today or I'm kicking your ass. And I didn't want to have to beat Jason up, so I just made up my mind. It was time to put my big boy pants on, and I sent gorilla for my first time. I want to say 1996. I broke my T-grip, but I made it, and from that moment forward, the light went off. That this is where I want to spend my life. This is where I want to raise my boys. This is where I want to grow old with my friends. And to me, that frosty. And now you can get them free at Wendy's, but that frosty meant more to me than anything.
I love it. It's a
What
little
about
thing.
you, Al? Give us a good one.
I have a lot. Of them, but I think one that came to mind recently was one day we were racing down the green for fun. It was like me and Tommy and a few other people, and it was 200%. And we decided we were going to race from the put-in to the below sunshine.
Nice.
And Tommy let me go first, and so Tommy's following me.
Wait, like a hot lap before there was a hot lap?
It was-
You weren't going to get out. You were going to triple crown.
Yeah, we were gonna race down there any way you wanted to. You could-
Wow. Just ride the lightning, Al. Okay.
So riding the lightning down there, and Tommy's behind me, come through Chief, and I decide that I'm gonna run.
Wait, Tommy's behind you.
Tommy's
coming
behind
through
me.
Chief.
Like
okay.
he keeps bumping the back of my boat. He's so close to me, and I decide that instead of running the center booth at Pencil Sharpener,
Yes.
because I was a little out of breath at that moment, I was going to run the Flying Squirrel, where I ran the Flying Squirrel and Tommy ran the center booth
Yes.
and passed me
Nice.
going into the notch, and he went through the notch. We both went through the notch, hair dry. He went off the pad 10 inches, like my boat was probably 10 inches from his stern when he went off the pad, and I chased him down into the next hole. He hit the hole, spun out, and I went around him. And I think we both stopped and laughed. But that memory of going through the notch and going off a gorilla at 200% inches behind Tommy's boat will always live in my memory.
Amazing. Good
Also,
times.
there are lots of
Good
stories to be
times.
told today. We'll talk to people about some of their favorite times down here. And
Yeah, and we have some vendors like putting up some stuff. We got Arlen putting up some beautiful stained glass. Arlen, is that stained glass, my brother? Beautiful stained glass. Did you make that yourself? Amazing. It's going to be auctioned off.
Wow.
Handmade glass from my friend Arlen. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. For the tradition on the green race for decades has been the winner gets a piece of stained glass. And that's something that we cherish more than anything. In fact, my family and I went through some debris at the hurricane and had a tree fall on the house, and it broke a window in my wife's office, and she was more worried about the stained glass from the Green Trophy Championship than she was our house.
Yeah.
And she was so thankful that stained glass that my son won as a junior at the green race was safe, because had it broken, we would have not had that intact as it should be. Now, Al, you have a couple pieces of stained glass?
I had them.
Had.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, had. Mine aren't around anymore.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to get them replaced, and the original artist may be here today.
That's amazing. It's amazing. This race has been going on since 1996. Clay Wright was our first race winner with legends like Woody Forrest Calloway. And Woody lives at the tank out of the green and suffered a lot of loss. I mean, he was literally out. The folks down here in the Green Cove were stranded for at least 10 days, I would reckon to say. The entire road that leads to the greens, like a series of switchbacks, and it landslid and it washed it all out. So from the top side, the road was closed with the landslides. From the bottom side of the Green Cove, the river had flooded with debris. So Woody and his wife Kim were literally stranded, and a lot of us were super worried not only about him, but other folks that had lost their homes. So shout out to Woody, though, throwing it back to 1996, the first ever green race. He played basketball with Eric Young. He was in the race. Bill Mesmer, and then, of course, race winner Clay Wright. Followed that, 97, 98.
Oh, Jason Hale era.
Jason Hale went on a tear, and I had no idea how quick he came out of the cannon. But from ideation to actually launching the race, it didn't take him long to pass
No.
Clay. So let me get that right. 97, 98, Jason Hale. And then wait a minute, magic happened in 1999.
That was Tommy Hillicky.
Tommy Hillicky.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
was 2000. Yep.
Okay, so Tommy
Yep.
coming out on the 4th ever green race with the win, setting his legacy and moving it forward. And then Al, what year was that?
2000 was my year, and then the following year was Tommy.
Well, come on, let's talk a little bit about your year.
My year?
What was the difference between not winning and winning? What was the one thing you can come back to that was your moment in the race where you knew you were going to win the green race?
I always thought I was going to win the green race.
Ah,
that's
yes.
why you race the green race, because you think you're going to win
That's
the
right,
green race.
that's
So
right.
that year, the year before, I had also had a really smooth run and didn't win. And this year, the year of 2000, I just was trying to be smooth. I was
Yeah.
not paddling fast. I look at the guys now that can paddle between the pools, and they sprint between the pools, and like, I am not that kind of athlete. I mean, like, I was just trying to be as smooth and as efficient as I could.
And you've always said that on commentating, like smooth is fast
Smooth
and
is
fast
fast.
is clean.
yeah,
Something like
yeah,
that.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And you know, and
So I watched that race. I know exactly what happened.
tell
I know
me.
exactly what happened. It goes in order. Hale Piton go left. Tommy Piton go left. Al Smoothie clean left. And we were running the traditional way. There wasn't go straight then. There wasn't hot left. We were like bumping and then making the move from right to left. So Al, like super steezy, made that pass. But then in 2001, an era began of just dominance. And
Tommy is just the man.
yeah,
He is just the man. And that's what, like,
I think Tommy's won more green races than anyone, 7. Of course, you know, I don't know exactly when the Adrian era began, but single-handedly, this is what I love about our sport. Gender don't matter. Adrian is just as strong as any man. That's why she is the queen of the green, and she's the most winning green racer of all time. 13 total,
it's
maybe
a lot.
14.
It's a lot. Yeah, I don't have our cheat sheet in front of us today. You know, we didn't come in our regular, our dressed up attire. We are excited to be here. It's a, you know, it's honestly, this is a little bit of a memorial. I think that we will have the green race again, that we will recover and things will happen. The river is still.
All right, so we're gonna go to a little bit of a break here, but make sure you get your bid into the auction. Again, that auction website is Green Race US, as well as Facebook. We're gonna be getting back with you. We're gonna have Phil Prince come in, talking a little bit about geology and what went down here, as well as Grace. So we're excited about that. Philip Prince, one of the best canoeists you'll ever see on the green, no doubt, catching birthday eddies and getting Cindy always. Philip Prince with a little geology study here shortly. Multiple green race champions.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers, sir. Cheers.
All right, here we are at the Green River Ranch in the Green River Cove. Big props to Brian and Alan for kicking us off. I got none other than legend, green race champion, canoeist, and how do we call you? A geologist? What is it? What's the term for someone in your field?
It's definitely geologist.
Okay, geologist Phil Prince. If you haven't checked out his YouTube channel and what he's got going on, it's pretty amazing. He's been breaking down all of the different watersheds and how the rainfall affected them, the way the slopes crumbled, how just the whole event happened. So we're going to get pretty deep into that.
We will.
We got a fundraiser going on right now for the Green Race Conservation Project. We're here for one reason, to destroy the, to restore the grain. And help this community out any way we can. So go to our socials there, and if you're watching the live show, do us a favor, give us a share. Try and get the word out there as much as you can. Instagram, Twitter, wherever your jam is. But right now, just so you know, we have a $4,200 badfish raft that you can bid on for $2,100. A power slide, Liquid Logic power slide, $1,400 value. You can get it for $700 right now. We have a ton of prizes online. You wouldn't believe it for people who are here. We have a silent auction going on right now. It's amazing. There's probably a couple 300 people here, and it's like a ghost town here because everybody is on the river.
On the river. Got the drone flying though.
But make sure you go out to the Green Race Facebook page, greenrace.us, and get involved with the auction. Our amazing sponsors. I mean, I'm just looking through this. You can get a watershed dry bag. It's going for $50 right now. You can get, kayaks, canoes. I really like the fact that we have live art going on here, and we'll get back to that. We have Arlen, who makes the Green Race glass, making the glass live. We'll be showing you that. We've got Levi Rhodes, who's doing a live painting. We've got Candace Day. She is here doing a live painting. What's up, Levi? You got your stuff set up? We'll bring Levi up here in just a second. And yeah, it's all on. But right now, we're going to go to our special guest. I want to give a shout out to the live show crew coming in. Not exactly making the big bucks here. We got Jake Cooper on cameras. We got Jack Pitfield, who is in the trailer. We've got Tim Kerber in there in the trailer. He's going to be running the switcher. We've got other people, all kinds of people. All right.
Including geologists.
Including geologists.
Yeah.
So, how do we want to do this, Phil? Do we want to talk about my experience in here during the storm? Or do we want to talk about what happened first? Or do we want to go back and forth between the two? You've seen a little bit of what happened.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say, I think you should share your experience here. Are folks seeing the Google Earth screen there? Do we know if that's up
I
and
think
running?
if you have the crew, there we go.
Yeah.
I got you going there.
Okay, cool. So right here in the middle of Google Earth, that's where we are right now. That's the ranch, that big open area. We're sitting somewhere right where the hand is there. It does not look quite like that anymore. So.
Hey, drone pilot, can you go directly above the ranch so we can switch back and forth of a view of what it looked like before the flood and right now?
All right. Yeah.
Come on, we're getting busy with this.
Yeah, I like that. No, that's a high level. I would expect nothing less. So what I would say is this is what we can appreciate as people on the ground. Talk about what you saw here, and then we can get on Google Earth. We got the LiDAR. We'll zoom out. We'll look at the shape of the landscape. You can talk about where the water came from, because when you're down here in the Green River Cove, where a lot of the water comes from is actually quite interesting. It's not. I don't think it's always something obvious if you don't spend a lot of time looking at maps. We can talk about why the green kind of is how it is, and we can talk about how the weather interacted with the landscape here to blow this up into something that was expected to be big, but probably went even beyond what was expected. So I think if you start with the human side of it, we'll have a way to give that context
Right.
in the landscape.
Well, I think, if we can get that before and after drone shot real quick, just so our viewers can see just how dramatic. Are you above us, Nathan?
I'm above the ranch.
I'll tell you what, as you get that rolling, I got this satellite imagery pulled up here, right? So this is and the drone is what we need, but this is from a Sentinel satellite
Can
image.
we punch in the drone in the trailer? Can we punch the?
There you go. Oh man.
There we go. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Uh-oh, do we lose him? All right, let's. I guess we're gonna stick with you, Phil.
We're gonna stick with me. I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna do my best to keep it rolling. Yeah, this is before or after straight off. But look at that. Come on.
Yeah.
John.
Yeah.
John.
That is insane. Flip that back. Let's see the other one real quick. That is hard to believe.
It's in the gorge. It's even more hard to believe. I mean, look at that like giant white.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh my gosh.
So look at that.
That is insane. Well, so, like you talk about, it was expected to be a big event.
That's
okay?
right.
And,
that's right.
I'm a little bit of a weather nerd, okay?
As any boater should.
As any boater should be. And you kind of have your three, or the way I think of it, three main weather models.
Okay.
You have the Canadian model,
Okay.
you have the Euro model, and then you have the GFS model.
Okay.
All right. Yep. And a lot of times you'll have a big rain event, and the GFS will say it's going to be 8 inches of rain, but the others will be like it'll be 3 inches or 4 inches. They disagree.
Right.
What was real interesting about this system was that all three of the weather models were predicting in the ballpark of 20 inches, and they were predicting that for like 5 or 6 days. So it was definitely predicted to be big, but I mean, I don't know. You probably know the rainfall totals that happen more than I do, but I mean, it was 20 inches in several spots. And
the biggest measured total was on the east side of the Black Mountains, like Busick area. So if you took Highway 80 up out of Marion, drove up the Blue Ridge Escarpment, and went over the back into the South Toe headwaters, right around that area, there was a record of almost 31 inches for the whole event. Now the big kicker here. And the one reason I guess that a model would be pretty confident, no matter which one it is, that it was going to be a big event, is that the rainfall, the moist air, was coming straight from the Gulf of Mexico and going straight up the front of the Blue Ridge, right? So usually we get weather from the west or southwest. This came from due south, so it ran up the mountains in a different way than is common for this landscape, and for that reason. Just with the direction of the weather and the landscape, that's how you know it's going to be big. And with the topography we have, bigger mountains in some areas, much more topography for that weather to go up and push the air up even higher. That's going to wring more rain out of it. It expands and cools and forces more rain to fall. So you could get areas that may have gone beyond that.
wow.
And it will be interesting to see if we ever know if some areas went beyond. But suffice it to say, you could talk about the rain in feet for
That's
for
crazy.
the event instead of inches.
And this was all in like 72 hours with a 8 to 10 chunk coming in the last.
Yeah, and that the saturation before it, and then if you hit it with 8 to 10 fast, for landsliding, for debris flows, landsliding claimed a huge number of lives with this event. About 5 inches in 24 hours is the threshold to expect to see that. If you throw in 8 or 10 inches in just a few hours on top of an already saturated
That's
landscape, it's you. So you see it coming, but no one alive has seen one of these events in the Appalachians. Closest thing would be 1916, right? So
have they coined this a 500-year flood, a 10,000-year flood? Like, I hear
Yeah,
those
yeah.
numbers thrown around, but I don't really know what they mean.
I don't know. I'm from my end, I guess. I think it's a strange way to look at it to me, and it's a strange way to look at it in this landscape because, like I said, of what you'll see me talk about, show you on the maps here, draw in Microsoft Paint, whatever. It's all about the topography and how the weather moved against it. Funny thing is, if you go back, say 10,000 years ago, that was the end of the Pleistocene. That was basically like coming off the ice ages. So everything was so different at that time. It's sort of an apples and oranges, but the way to think about it for me, and I guess this would be where where your experience comes in here and what you saw the river do. When we look at the landscape, we look at it with this LiDAR imagery. We'll see that here soon as well. You can see scars from past events. You can see scars from landsliding. You can see scars from flooding, things like that. From what I've seen thus far, like the scarring and change to the landscape that this will have produced, it's not obvious to me that there's something like that recorded in the landscape that we can easily see, which would suggest that there hasn't been anything of this magnitude for a long period. Now, maybe we just don't know what to look for.
Yep.
And that's I think that's part of the issue here is like no one knew exactly what big was going to look like with this event.
In geology, I'm going to butcher this, as I normally do.
Hey,
but
feel free.
There are kind of two schools of thought. And I think there used to be a school that was on this end that said geology happens over tens of thousands of years in small increments, and then you get the landscape you see today. And then there was a school of thought that said, no, the landscape is formed by big events, major events that have happened over history. But I think just from our discussions, these are kind of meshing together at this point, or?
Yeah. I mean, there's always something happening, right? So the river, it's running back there now. You know, it's downstream. A lot of it right now is just what's dissolved in the water. I mean, it's not pushing huge amounts of mud and rock and cobbles and whatever right now. But there's always something happening. But yes, you do an immense amount of work with an event like this, absolutely. And I guess you would look at the world as you see it today in this region, maybe as like the integrated total of like a bunch of these over the years. I don't know. It's a way of thinking, but you got to keep in mind we ain't been watching that long.
Sorry, I got distracted by my son over here jumping off of the bridge. Jake, can you?
This is a Mad Max world down
It
here.
is. Kind of anything goes
The
down here.
rules are suspended, I think.
Do we have the drone up in the air right now? All right, can we cut to the drone and let's just kind of look at the amount of material that this is going on. Possibly our drone's not up in the air. It looks like he may be eating some lunch. But let's go ahead. Yeah, there we go. So there's a real good indication of what kind of material was moved. And how many years would the grain have to sit there at normal flows to do that?
Well, quite a few. quite a few. And I mean, I guess that's the whole thing. Like, yeah, at normal flows, you're never going to move this stuff that moved. As we talk here, we'll throw a LiDAR on my Google Earth, and we can switch back there in a minute. We'll let the drone kind of
Well, hang on,
cruise
before
and
we
show
get into
there.
yours,
All right.
let's jump into
You got to do your experiences somewhere.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
All right,
yeah,
sorry,
that's all right.
sorry.
We hit the
digress.
ground
We
running.
digress.
We're fine.
Okay, so kind of where my story begins is the H2O Dreams Kayak School stages its operation right out here on the riverfront. Great kayak school, amazing kids program. Chris Wing runs that. And like I say, I knew it was going to flood. I knew the river was going to get out of its banks.
Right.
Okay, and I know that area is just outside of the 100-year flood zone. So I wanted to make sure, called those guys. They said, yep, we got everything buttoned up. And it's not that I didn't trust them. I just wanted to kind of reassure because Fred's house was just downstream at my neighbor's house. And I didn't want anything to kind of wash into it. So I came down, drove down in here, and And that night before, when I checked it out, I called my wife. I said, you know, the river's almost out of its banks right now. And like we say, there was like 8 more inches or 10 more inches of rain predicted until the storm was over.
Yep.
The hurricane was just making landfall, you know, in Florida, in the Panhandle,
Right.
you know, when it was already flooding here. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna button in and whatever. And this is sort of what I woke up to here. I put together a little clip of some raw cell phone footage, and I just want to talk about the time that this happens. Okay, so this is around 5 in the morning, maybe a little after 5 in the morning. And so I got in the van. It was raining so hard you couldn't sleep, you know, and crossed the bridge, went over to the other side of the bridge here at Wilderness Cove, and that is looking at the road. Here is in front of HGO Dreams Kayaking, and that's the end of the road right there. The water is going over the road.
Wow.
Okay? That's about 5:20 in the morning, all right? Now this is at daybreak, which was a little after 7, what time the sun was coming up. You can see how much the river rose from that period. And if you look close, you can see a container,
Yep.
which is floating
Which is
basically
floating.
right through right here. Or it would
Yeah.
actually been
Yeah.
right over there,
Yeah.
you know, about 20 feet from where we're at right now. And so in this time, obviously Fred got out of his house. I said, come up to my porch. We're going to watch the show.
Right.
And this time it was a bad flood, but it wasn't catastrophic at this point. You know what I'm saying? It was amazing to watch. You couldn't really believe the water was that high, but it wasn't super catastrophic at this time. And so is this kind of what you would think at like 7:30 in the morning? Like, were you thinking the rivers were looking like this at 7 in the morning?
Yeah, I mean that. Trying to follow along from Greenville, I got up pretty early down there. I think right around this time, just when it was really starting to get light, was when power was starting to go out down there with the wind. And yeah, you envision out of banks flooding. You know, you might wash out a bridge or two. Definitely going to be some landslides. A big event that people are going to talk about, right?
Yeah.
And that, you know, what does the upper limit of that look like? I guess I personally did not know, but something like, I mean,
Now
that's a lot of water.
And that's 2 hours after. It's only 2 hours. Okay.
Yeah.
Now this is like 2.5 hours. This is right before 8 o'clock.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
So at a little after 5, the bridge, the water was barely going across the road. Now it's halfway across the field a mere 2 hours later,
Yeah.
or some 2.5 hours later.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And now these cars were parked out of the 100-year flood zone right
Okay,
there.
yeah.
Okay. And we're watching the water come up, and the car's kind of starting to move. One thing I experienced is I saw cars floating past with the lights on, and you think worst case scenario.
Oh yeah,
Look at that rain.
that's
Can you see how hard that's
a
raining?
lot of rain.
It was raining.
That is a lot of rain.
But when a car starts to float or gets water in it, the lights will turn on.
Mm-hmm.
So we were like worst case scenario. Oh my gosh, somebody got flooded because the lights were on, but we saw them turn on those cars. So
Right.
interesting side note. So now, you know, we're just getting into more debris. Obviously, you can see it raining like nobody's business. Here, we're about 8 o'clock. All right, now the water is right up to the edge of the fire pit. There's another container going downriver. This is right before Fred's house flooded off of its foundation. So at this point right here, where we're standing, there's the fire pit. We're probably in about knee-deep water right here.
Wow.
And you can just see how hard it's raining. Now, this is when it started to kind of transition for me from a big deal to like it was getting catastrophic. You know, this was the first time, like as a kayaker, that I'm like, oh, this is no longer exciting.
Yeah.
You know, because you do.
Exactly.
You get excited
Oh,
as a
yeah.
whitewater paddling for flooding. You know, you love to see what's happening.
Yeah.
And this is the point to where, you know, we're watching these containers come by, and we're basically just like betting whether they're going to smash into the car or whatnot.
Right.
And this is like right around 8 o'clock. And this is, in the weirdest way, when the rain really started to pick up. You know, it was raining ridiculously hard, but at this point, it was just, you can see the wind picking up, trees are falling, and it's getting not so cool.
Right.
And then it just kind of continued to build, and you know, Fred and I were, you know, just on the porch, and then here in a second you'll kind of see when it got really serious. Here we are. This is right when the initial surge is happening. This was May's camper trailer that she stored on our property,
Right.
and this is right around 8 o'clock.
Okay.
And we're going out there. You can see we're geared up. We put on all our paddling gear, and the river is just like getting a little out of control, and we're just trying to do anything we can to save what we can.
Yeah, for sure.
And there you can see the roof of the kayak school. There's
Yeah.
the roof of Fred's house, which is underwater. And at this point where we're sitting right now, it would be, I don't know, maybe waist deep, something like that.
Right.
And you kind of think this is the peak. You know what I mean? We're still kind of chipper at this point.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're just like,
Yeah.
you know, Fred's lost his house. He's come to terms with it. You know, we're on high ground. We can't really believe this is happening, but, you know, it was. So we're pulling this thing up, and there you can kind of see it get into the fire pit.
Right.
And this is right about the time that I quit videoing. I think I got one or two more shots after this. And this is where I really want to kind of dive into your
Sure.
expertise here.
Sure.
Is I think there's one or two more shots after this, but this was right around 9 o'clock. The river was coming up big time, like nobody's business. And come seeing the whole field, you can see we evacuated our neighbors from down the street. Their house got fully flooded, half
Right.
washed away. It's in that debris pile they're picking off right now.
Right.
And we really can't believe what's going on.
Yeah.
And at this point right here, the river went from where it's at right now, which is extremely flooded in this video, and over the next 15 minutes, from like 8:45 to a little after 9, it rose, I'm going to be conservative and say 6 feet,
Yeah.
and got all the way up to the deck. At
Yeah.
that point, I thought the dam blew.
Yeah.
I thought that it was, the water changed from changed color. It was just all debris. You know,
Right.
it basically became
Yeah.
all debris.
Yep.
And we went up behind the cabin and basically thought this is the last video shot I got of that giant log jam coming
Unbelievable.
off, and it just
Man.
got worse than that.
Wow.
And it was ripping the power lines down.
Yeah.
Houses were in there. Anything you can imagine. It was off the hook, and that's right around the peak,
Right.
there.
Yeah.
And that was the last shot I took before we took off to higher ground.
Yeah. Oh well, that's probably an appropriate thing to
Yeah,
do
exactly.
at that point.
Exactly. So obviously I was wrong. The dam did hold.
It did.
So
As did all other dams involved.
yeah.
Which is actually amazing, and that's been a point of a lot of discussion. But believe it or not, there was no, what I would call a major dam failure, which is astonishing.
Yeah.
In an event like this.
But that's what we thought, and then no sooner than it came up, and I really think if that surge wouldn't have hit, a lot of the devastation that happened around here
Right.
would not have happened. It would have been
Right.
bad.
Right.
But that's when all the houses, all the cars, everything came down. They came
Right.
down in one mush.
Right.
And no sooner than that came up, it was up. Took about 15 minutes to get up. It dropped that 6 or so feet in the next 15 minutes.
Right.
So
Right. So
I'm
it
gonna let-
was truly a flash.
it was
a flash of flash floods.
exactly,
Yeah.
and it was a surge of a
Right.
flash like
Yeah.
you know
Yeah.
you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, that's interesting, and I would be curious to see if that was the experience of other people in other drainages. I have an idea that it probably was, and it's probably a reflection of the saturation conditions before that last crazy punch of rain that actually was the hurricane remnant itself hit in this area. So with the saturation as it was, it's going straight in the river. There's going to be no infiltration and slowing in the soil. Like it's whatever falls on the landscape is going directly, immediately into the channels. Now, an interesting question to ask, and this is probably a time if we can flip it to my computer here, maybe, and we can kind of like look at a crazy map here. It's useful to put all this in context, and if folks haven't seen the various YouTube features over the past few weeks, what I've got lined up there is Google Earth with a digital elevation model over it, and this is color coding the landscape by elevation, right? So the white colors over here are high mountains, brown is not quite as high, and then these kind of oranges and yellows are lower, and then the greens are lower yet. So where the hand is on the right side of the screen there, that's sitting over Lake Adger. There's the Green River Cove. That's coming up through the Narrows there. You got Big Hungry coming in from the northeast, and then the Upper Green up to Lake Summit and beyond goes off the screen to the left there, right? So in this part of the world here, you got sort of two sets of colors on this screen. You got the high stuff here, that's the Blue Ridge Plateau. Base elevations up here, 2,100 feet, 2,200 feet, something like that. High mountains here, looking at this like Bear Wallow area, that's in the 4,000s range. You got some stuff up here. Actually, that's Bear Wallow up there. Excuse me. This is up behind Chimney Rock. So that's that's Rocky Broad Gorge there. Reedy Patch Creek, the Broad River coming down 9 there. About 1,000 feet down here in the Piedmont. Base 2,200 feet up to the 4,000s here in the Blue Ridge. When the weather comes out of the south, and we've got the views kind of spun around here, the weather comes from this low elevation Piedmont, and it gets pushed up these slopes up onto the Blue Ridge, and that's where the crazy rainfall happens. Okay, so that's setting the stage here. If weather had been coming from the left to the right of the screen and had already been on that high elevation, you would see kind of a different pattern here. So the reason
it would have already went over the Balsam.
It would already gone over high mountains. Yeah. Is a totally different layout, right? So if we can creep out a little bit further here and come all the way out here, it's onto this vast Piedmont, all the way from the Gulf of Mexico to the Blue Ridge. There are not any mountains in the way there, so the air has a straight shot, and it's going to come up this sort of mountain front up onto the plateau, and it's going to be leaving a lot of its rain on these highest peaks that are right there, kind of at that step up, at that edge of the Blue Ridge. So
is that the headwaters of Big Hungry?
That is the headwaters of Big Hungry. So believe it or not, Big Hungry starts over here, right at the world's edge, as they call it. It's like a hike out to the world's edge. That's where Big Hungry starts. Big Hungry flows directly opposite to the Green in the Cove, and then it enters the Green River Gorge, and then comes out of the Cove and into Lake Adger there. The thing about Big Hungry, and I wanted to actually, I made plans here. I wanted to actually like trace this out to show what it looks like. I'm going to trace the river with a black line, just so it's easier to see.
I gotta say, you're amazing with this little program.
Thank you. That's why you're paying me so much to appear here today.
Retirement funds.
Retirement funds, exactly right. Okay, so there's Big Hungry to Green River, and here is the rest of the Green River that comes in from completely the opposite direction, comes into Lake Summit, and then goes down into the Dries and the Upper Green there.
Draw in Rock Creek there real quick.
Which one's Rock Creek? That's Rock Creek. Okay, all right. There's that Joe Creek. That's Joe Creek.
Is that Joe Creek?
Joe Creek is up in there too. Yeah,
Okay.
sure enough. The do not go there by AW standards. Right?
Yeah.
So that's the overall Green River basin there, and it's pretty strange looking. It's shaped kind of like a T, and in this particular case, it was from this direction that the worst flooding came, right? So if you wanted to put yourself a happy cloud right there, not in the Bob Ross fashion, we'll put our cloud there, and that's going to be the most intense rainfall right there. That's coming down Big Hungry, down through the Narrows, and then that's coming out through the Cove. Now, as far as I can tell, from having been out in this area, the area under the cloud there got a ridiculous catastrophic amount of rainfall. I would be interested to know exactly how much. I'm sure no one ever will know exactly how much fell on those higher peaks. But if you look closely at Big Hungry there, we'll like circle it in, it parallels the escarpment.
Right. So it's
And
all getting the max.
It is tailor-made to collect the absolute maximum effect from rainfall going up the Blue Ridge.
Fascinating.
If Big Hungry had come in, if you had a different setup up here, Big Hungry was coming in, like that or whatever, chances are it's not going to see quite as extreme of a precipitation impact. And if you go up into the headwaters of Big Hungry right now, you can go out Upward Road, go out to Deep Gap Road, or like Oleta Road that comes down out of Dana. As soon as you drop down into the Big Hungry, and we'll actually zoom in and look at its landscape a little bit here. As soon as you drop down into some of these like upper stream gorges here, they are destroyed by flooding. I mean, like this, and it's the tiniest little. I mean, it's almost unimaginable how it flooded. Houses washed away. You literally could have lost everything to flooding in a stream that you could like jump across easily. And all of that water came out of the cove. Right?
So I mean, no one will ever know, like you said, but this could have been one of those 30-inch areas.
That's what I want to know more about. And there are episodes of flooding like this in Appalachian history, but they tend to be quite localized, right? They tend to be focused on maybe like this, just the Big Hungry Basin, got a fixed thunderstorm on it. It had been wet for days. It's in the middle of the summer, and there's a thunderstorm that doesn't move for like 6 hours.
Right. And
you will legitimately get 20-something inches of rain out of that. And it will do this, but it's in a small area. Amongst geologists, I think, that study this, there is sort of that belief that with this topography, with weather moving in the way that it did, there's like these high points where it really it went to the next level, and those are in the Appalachians. Usually those are like 30-inch event totals. I've talked to some National Weather Service guys. I would be interested to know if they can integrate the Doppler radar and see if there is a band just trained on a spot. But I will tell you, like, if you take Deep Gap Road down into Big Hungry, which would be kind of with the hand, it'd be kind of in that area right there. Houses washed away, houses destroyed by landslides. It's not a gorge on the scale of the Narrows by any stretch, and it's steep, but it's not that steep. And everything just blew up there. It went crazy. And I would assume that the flash you had, I mean, that is a flash that went down Big Hungry. All the banks are scoured out of the green. All the banks are scoured out of Big Hungry. It does not look the same.
But the upper green looks. I mean, it looks like a big flood, and there's trees and log piles, but the rock is the same.
Right.
Yeah,
we can toss a couple of these overlays on it here, and this is using that Sentinel satellite imagery. It's an interesting way to just to try to visualize, I guess, what might have happened here. So tilt this up just a little bit more. So we're looking down right now onto, and I thought I might have exported another one of these or two. No, this will be fine.
So let me ask
we got the mouth of Big Hungry here. I'm gonna fade this one away. I think this is the one I want here. Nope, not that one either. Ask away while I get my ducks in a row.
So, you know what a gloth is? Like
You're gonna have to read me in. Read me in.
Like a glacial, when a glacier blocks the river.
Oh yeah.
And then it builds up a lake behind it and blows through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I kind of thought there was going to be landslides or a series of landslides that blocked the river, and then they came through it once. But when I look at the video of my experience down here,
Right.
that flooding from when it was just barely crossing the road to when it blew up was about 3.5 hours.
Right.
And that rain hit, and your explanation of like, hey, when that heavy band hit, there was nowhere else for it to go but just streaming down. So it may have not.
Right, and just the question is how long would it take it to get here under those conditions through the channels? And I don't know the answer to that. Could you have had landslides like temporarily dam the river and blow it? Absolutely. I mean, I have there's one in down near Bat Cave. There's one that like a debris flow came down. It crossed Reedy Patch Creek. What it did to the flood already coming down, I don't know, because it was already a big flood. But it's very clear that the slide had so much power and momentum that it went straight across that flow and wasn't interrupted. So could that have happened in the gorge? Absolutely. Could you have one like mostly block the channel and blow out? Absolutely. And I don't know. Yeah. I mean that you might see that as like what would look like almost like a huge bank collapse in some of this imagery, but it one way or another, like the pre to post event here is it's crazy. I mean, it's like
Look at that swath.
Yeah, so the river goes from basically invisible to just this bright white streak across the landscape, and that's because all the rock is
and you can
polished,
see it
like
continue up Big Hungry, but not up the green
and
right there.
You know, that's probably the biggest takeaway there is, you know, look at Big Hungry versus look at the Upper Green. Now the one thing you got to keep in mind here is that on this image, the sunlight is always a little bit from the south here. So just the way the Upper Green is flowing, you're going to get a little bit of a shadow there, and it's going to take a little bit of the oomph out of it. But you can feel very good about the fact that Big Hungry is changed, scoured, whatever you want to call it, way more than the Upper Green is. And there still is Lake Summit up there. I mean that would have somehow presumed, I'm sure it was drawn to some extent. It may have already.
It was like 99.7.
Really.
Or
So
something,
then it was basically one in, one out there.
Yeah. It was a run of river.
Yeah. So what I've seen in the Upper Green headwaters, like way up there, that Joe Creek area, it's just not as catastrophic there as it is in the Big Hungry side.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to consider that maybe this one area got slammed so hard that was the major source. I mean, there was absolutely a flood coming from the Upper Green, but what came out of Big Hungry was obviously just, you know, it was something else.
Oh man, that is hard to. I wonder if we'll ever, with the Doppler, I wonder if anyone will ever say, you know, the first 24 hours was this, the second 24 hours, and the third 24 hours. Is that data available? Or is it just all speculation?
It will. I think it will be, but I think it's difficult over like topography like this. I think it's difficult to get every last detail out of it. I don't know that for sure. I intend to try to learn more about it, but I can guarantee you that there are a lot of folks asking those questions right now, because some of the flooding, again, at like in pretty small streams, like Flat Creek up at the headwaters of the Rocky Broad is another one. Huge debris flows there, probably the biggest debris flows that have been seen in the Appalachians since Europeans, I guess, have been thinking about those things. I mean, like for hundreds of years. Absolutely immense. The flooding associated with those, and again, in tiny little streams, to see it, it's almost hard to believe. And where are the headwaters of the Rocky Broad? Right on the escarpment with a bunch of big high stuff, sort of exactly like Big Hungry. And they're set up just to collect all of that rainfall.
Well, I've talked to generational families in here. They were here in the 1916 flood. The information was passed down. And the highest the water had ever got, it was 6 feet deep on that road right there.
Okay.
So
we
it was probably 18
we beat
to 20 feet deep
beat the pants off that, by a large margin. The flooding in the Swananoa River was absolutely at a level beyond. The French Broad was higher than it was in 1916, but it seems like the Nolichucky flood is another interesting example. The physical size of the Nolichucky Basin, for it to do 162,000 CFS or something like that, it's this big.
Is that what it got to? 160,000?
That's what I've heard. Yeah, that's what I've heard. So that's hard to believe. Like you would have absolutely looked at tens of thousands of CFS coming out of the green for sure. No way around that. And I don't know. I got the LiDAR thing going here. This is a really cool way to look.
What are we looking at here?
Look at the river. This is we're gonna zoom out, right? So if you're in my line of work, it's important to figure out who is really good at making awesome stuff, and then you got to work with them, right? So we'll fade those away. You got I-26 coming here. You got Upper Green coming along. There's Big Hungry, and it's making the turn.
That's the gnarly O's right there.
So my friend and colleague Corey Shipe lives up in Saluda. Put this LiDAR together. Part of his PhD, actually, he was working for the North Carolina Geological Survey at the time, and this is basically showing you what the land looks like without the trees on it.
Right? You can see Pulliam Creek.
We could see more. So when he processed this up, he did it in such a way that you don't just see a flat area in the green. You in fact see all of the stream bed features here, right? So we could quiz you on what you could see, but the hand right there, that's like the hallway at Gorilla right there.
Now is this pre?
This is pre. This is pre. Okay, so right here where we got the hand right there, there's a corner of rock there. That's sort of in like basically like seal launch territory.
That's the Spectator. That's Green Ray Spectator. That's prime spectating right there.
Well, it don't look like that anymore. So if you went and checked this out, like you got Zwick's booth right here, for example. That rock is still there. You can actually see the slot at Go Left right there in this imagery, which is absolutely nuts. All of this is going to look different. The banks of the river are going to look crazy different. I mean, this landscape is one that if we tilt our view here and kind of look up the canyon there. I mean, it's a rough place, right? You got all these cliffs. They've been shedding material down there. Before this flood, I would have told you that a lot of those really big boulders were things that like fell off the cliffs, rolled in the river, and they were just going to sit there. Like it wasn't really going to flood big enough. They were going to kind of weather and break apart. And of course, when like Grizel Island has gone. I mean, like the scale of what this flood did. Because it's being routed from a pretty big drainage basin just into this tight canyon. It did a lot, and it's going to be. It will be thought provoking. And we'll put it in those terms to see just how much different this looks, because it's gonna look profoundly different. And the fact that Corey did this so you can see these stream bed features. You can do this throughout western North Carolina. There's going to be a lot of rivers that are quite different.
Yeah, props to Corey on this. This is a great LiDAR map. Well, I did get in there a couple days ago.
Okay.
And it is impossible. The rapids, not only are the rapids completely different, they're in different spots on the river. Like, there's still gradient. It's still falling off the mountain.
Exactly.
But, like, where individual rapids are moved 20 yards upstream, 30 yards downstream.
Right.
Like you say, the bedrock's gone there, but that's not the only place the bedrock is chipped away.
Right.
And you can fathom rocks rolling down the river, but it's just hard to fathom just the bedrock.
It is, yeah. So shout out number 2. I gotta prepare all my shout outs for my good people here. Kristen Chilton up at Virginia Tech did a PhD with my old advisor up there. Still in Blacksburg, actually doing research on trying to model what bedrock in streams, which is always broken and fractured up, as you'll see here, what it does when water flows across it, right? So this is a model she made. You can, I don't know, take a screen capture here or something. See this on YouTube. We're gonna get this thing rolling.
Here, make it big.
Make it big. Oh God, I don't.
Nope. Yeah.
Is that good enough? You want to do
That's
full?
good, that's good.
How about that?
There you
There you go. So if you watch
Can you
these,
rewind it?
yeah, I'll rewind it. Okay, we'll start from the
Come on, I
beginning.
only get you like this for a little bit, man.
No, we're good. We're good. So in this case, if you look at Gorilla, the layering in the rock tilts slightly downstream, right? So as the water flows across it, it gets almost like a lifting force, and it can get edges and kind of pry material away. Now the rock in the green is totally broken and fractured up, and what you end up with a river like that is that pieces get pulled off of the bottom, and then they get transported and they pile up for a while somewhere, and then those break down, they move away, and you start the process again. But if you watch these little chunks, they like lift.
Yeah.
They lift and float away there, right? So when you think about like the big slab at the seal launch, with that force of water flowing over it, the way the rock is broken there, you can see that big plate almost being like see,
Look
like
at that.
there they go, like in slow mo. Super cool to watch this. Incredible to watch this. So those are like ceramic. They're ceramic tile chips, but with their shape in the moving water, once you get that profile turned to the water, you can actually throw I don't know what's coming up next, parking spacer. We don't want to watch that.
So
We gotta watch YouTube,
so
man.
let,
We'll run
let me
away
ask
with
you,
it.
in your field, these are like theoretical things, and I mean, this is proof that they're happening. Like,
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
that's
like,
right.
as
Yeah,
a
yeah,
geologist,
yeah.
are you like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, well, somebody did this, and they theorized that this could happen, and you're
Yeah.
like, oh, he was right, it did happen.
Yeah, no,
Or she was right.
there's a great deal of interest already in looking at what moved there and how it moved. And that, like, when you look at the ground, I gotta draw
You gotta get in
I
there, Phil.
I
You
gotta
gotta
draw
get
you
in
something
there.
in paint here. That's the whole thing. We got to draw a picture here, right? We'll see if I can draw and
I'll sit here all day.
we'll see if I can draw and talk.
Go to the
all right?
auction page. Great deals.
All
Liquid
right.
Logic custom
Can we
power
see- yeah,
slides,
we can see
$700.
all this, like there,
NRS
and
men's
there's
Phenom dry suit, $1,300 value, available for $650.
All right, so we got to hit at least one here. So here's my stacked cake of bedrock, right?
Okay.
So kind of a gorilla type thing. So let's pretend this thing's really shattered up and fractured up here, and we're just gonna start like pulling.
Where's upstream and where's downstream?
Oh, you're gonna see, John. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry about it, bro. I got you.
Buy you books and I buy you books.
Yeah, you've been telling me that for years. I don't like that, man. I haven't got my table to like rest my arm on here. This is gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. All right, so we've torn a big chunk of rock out of that thing. All right, so let's I don't know. Let's say another big period of repeated storm events for 1,000 years or something comes along here, and we're gonna like pull another big chunk out of there. Okay. So now we've got this deeper kind of like hallway thing going on here. I need cheering from the background there. This is gonna wear me out. So we got something like that.
This is good.
Okay, so we'll keep this model going here. Keep going. So we'll take some chunks out upstream, and the reason I'm doing this with this kind of like right angles and whatever here is that's very much the nature of the fracturing in the rock in this part of the world here. So now we've removed chunks from the stack of rock here, but it's in squares. It's in squares and blocks.
It's kind of like the flume of gorilla right there.
This, folks, I'm telling you, that's why I'm here with this man. Okay, that's why I'm here with this man. This is not just an everyday guy here. This is John Grace, everybody. I mean, this is it's an opportunity to be here. It's a privilege to be here. I'm gonna have to draw my water in green here. It ain't gonna be white because the rocks are white. Sorry about that. It ain't perfect, but
I would have went blue,
I-
but it's
I-
okay. It's the Green River. We'll let it
bro,
slide.
look at the water in the Green River. Has it ever looked blue to you? Give me a break, man. It's green, greenish, brownish, whatever you want to call it, right? So, I'm gonna start like maybe getting a sense of what we're trying to do right here. We got the dip there. We'll kind of brighten that up a little bit, kind of on top there. And so that's pretty much your gorilla. That's your gorilla setup right there.
Can we auction this off?
If you want, man, I'll draw you something better than this, bro. We get to talking again. I'll just get to drawing. But there's your left turn. There's your left turn through the notch and on the gorilla. You're actually like turning the corner. You're turning the corner around this like fracture, right? And that's how gorilla turned into what it is. It's just like you saw in that YouTube clip where there are bit by bit pieces of rock break off.
Yeah.
They break off along the fractures and on the layering. Like if we overcomplicated this drawing, we draw all the fractures in it because this is what the rock is like underneath us right now. It's absolutely like just chopped up. It's chopped up by fractures. Then you have more of them cutting across like this. So it sets you up to in the bedrock there just to pull pieces out of the bottom of the river, right? So that's how you end up with a rapid like a gorilla. And I'm surprised there is as much of gorilla left after this as there is.
Really?
Yes, sir, absolutely. I'm surprised that there is. I know, like, you know, if we kept kind of doodling here, you know, we'd have to like. You'd end up like kind of chopping the shelf off like that, you know, and kind of like, you know, come down something like that. I know in that area like some stuff broke off, but generally speaking, I'm astonished that it looks as much like it did before.
That's crazy you say that because it doesn't look anything like it used to.
Well, okay, no, so no, that's interesting because to me it does because. When I look at it, this is what I see.
Right.
I see literally that. I don't know if we got enough Control Z's in us to get that green out of there at this point. We got close. That's what I see I see the rock pattern
Right.
underneath it. Like and I see when I'm trying not to make a fool of myself with a canoe full of water and everybody yelling, and I've been waiting 3 hours in the field. You know what I'm talking about. Come on, like. But
If you go a little faster, you'll bump up.
We've talked about this. But that's what I see is I see the structural framework. So when I look at it, it's like I mean there's like a rock sitting up there that's pushing the water. It's pushing the water over the. Basically, it's like it's pushing water over the top of that thing right now. So the way the water looks is different, but. Much of that framework, that geologic framework, is still there, and that's actually very surprising to me.
So, but a lot of places when you get in there, you won't even know where you're at.
Oh, I do not doubt that.
You know,
I do not doubt that.
Especially
for a
when you
moment.
get a little further away from the bedrock, when you get down below sunshine. And
Oh,
whatnot,
I'm sure it's totally unrecognizable.
You'll
Yeah,
find
yeah.
something, a cliff band. A lot of times you only know where you're at based on the little creeks that are coming in.
Right,
You know, Camp
yeah.
Creek's there. Okay, I know where we're at. You know, that kind of thing.
Right.
So,
Yeah, as we talk here, we're gonna try to make you something to auction here.
when are you going to get in there?
Man, I don't know.
You should get in there tomorrow morning. Are you spending the night?
I don't know if I'm spending the night, man. I may have to, bro. It's been a long period of time here, sir. It's been a long period of time. No, we're just gonna doodle. Just keep talking. Just keep talking.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm interested to hear you say that that to you it's like gorilla's not at all the same because from the geologist standpoint, it's massively the same. That is to put that much volume of water through that constriction there. That's one of the craziest places in the southeast.
Yeah.
I mean that just from the, and that is the heart of the gorge. That is where like the geologic change is really localized. So we had talked about this earlier. What a lot has changed, but the elevation of the river is basically the same. The gradient is the same. The tops of the mountains are still the same. If you had seen like more rock collapse at Gorilla, and literally the Gorilla drop had moved like 50 feet upstream, that's almost like what I expected to see.
Right.
Like there would have been enough big chunks that moved that it quite literally pushed the bottom of Gorilla further towards Lake Summit.
Right. You thought it was going to cleave off more upriver.
Exactly.
Interesting. And then there's some rocks that, you can tell it's very obvious the rocks that moved and the rocks that didn't. And I
Right.
would say 80% of the rocks moved.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, we
Probably more than that. Probably 90%.
I mean, we're gonna be able to tell you that, probably here at some point down the road.
But it's crazy, like the Portage Rock at Sunshine,
Right.
exactly how it's always been. Even the rope for the portage was still there.
Was it really?
And the whole world's blown up around it, like downstream of there where that cave is on River Right, just below Sunshine,
Right.
It was all the way above the cave, like took trees off above the cave right there. So, I mean, how deep is that? You tell me. I don't know.
I don't know how deep it is, bro. You're the one telling me to go up in there. You're acting like I haven't been like. I haven't been investigating to the limit of my geologic powers or something like that, which may be true, but we got work to do. But no, I'm trying to make you something here that's actually worth auctioning. So just keep doing your thing.
Are you not going to put Grizzle Island in there?
What's that? Nah, we're gonna kind of write it out of the screen. It's not there anymore.
Okay.
But yeah, the whole point here is that like I'm trying to show you like kind of how I or how a geologist would see Gorilla, because it is like the most, it's kind of like the most geological rapid around. You said bedrock cleaved off in other places.
Oh yeah.
Where did
sure.
it cleave off?
The river left cliff below Sunshine before you kind of like get out of the gorge.
Okay.
There's several chunks of that that
Interesting.
broke off.
Okay.
A lot of the banks,
right.
and I don't know if you'd call that the bedrock because it's on the side, but it seems to be connected.
If it's not boulders that rolled down the hill, it's bedrock, bro.
Yeah.
It's bedrock, and if those banks collapse off, that steepens up everything above them.
and
that makes that more likely to collapse. So you're absolutely seeing, like the groundwork for more change taking shape there for sure.
The area, if you wanted to portage Beaufort Consequences
Gotcha.
below Whaletail on the left,
Sure.
all those boulders that are there are gone.
Okay.
But that's where all the river goes now, and it's because it's cleaved off like a crack on river left. So there's like a crack/slide on river left that has sucked all the water out of Beaufort Consequences.
So yeah, like Beaufort is a really interesting place because that's basically like the top of the Narrows, right? That's like the top of the geologic Narrows. And no, not Beaufort. I'm sorry. I got caught up.
Go
No,
ahead.
Bride. I was
okay.
talking Bride. Yes.
Bride's the same.
So Bride's so if like stuff fell off at Bride, that would be really interesting because that would mean that the bedrock to the gorge had like shifted a little bit upstream. Like that's the way of thinking of it from like a geological perspective. Is did the lower elevation downstream part of the green, did it like move upstream? And that's the question that ultimately would be like, is the river like just absolutely like forever different? And it is, but it's the level of difference. It's like how the geologist sees it versus how the paddler sees it.
You guys are weird. Were you guys just all texting each other after this, being like?
Yes, actually, it did work something like that. Yeah, because I was out of internet. Right, power went out in Greenville. I would go up to this Lowe's grocery store, and go up there and like try to talk to people. And I think some of the stuff you were putting on Facebook was like some of the first stuff that I saw. I mean, I knew it was going to be like I knew it was going to be a crazy, it was going to be a crazy type of event for sure. But it was just like, well, how crazy, how crazy is it gonna be? And
So it's funny. In my paddling career, going to places like British Columbia or Costa Rica or wherever, you almost river changes.
Oh yeah.
But here
Yeah.
in Appalachia, a big river change to me is that boulder moved to the right,
Right.
or something like that.
Right.
There's more water on the left side now versus the right. This is the first time I've ever experienced anything like this. Do you have any historical account or anything where there's been this much geologic change documented in an event?
Not on this scale. No, I mean, you would ask yourself, did things like this happen in the 1916 flood? They may well have. Nobody was watching them. You know what I mean? So there's not that legacy, if you want to call it that, of record keeping. It's interesting to hear you put it in those terms, because
I mean, these are old mountains.
Yeah,
I don't think of them as evolving much.
The places that you described, right? These are places that are, we would call them like either currently tectonically active or more tectonically active. British Columbia
I think
was.
you gotta have more difference in green between the trees and the river.
Oh, bro, give me a break, man. Come on, this is Microsoft Paint here, bro. Come on. This is what you.
Anyway, didn't mean to
This
interrupt
is what you came for,
Didn't mean
man.
to
This is what you
interrupt
came for. Yeah, those places, like their history of change and the scale of that change is bigger and more recent than here. So yes, you would expect a place like that. There's more energy in the landscape than we should have here, right? And I mean, there's energy in the landscape here. There's elevation difference. How steep is it? How is it distributed? You get a rain event like this, it makes the landscape more able to take that energy out or access that energy. So that's a thing that a lot of geology folks have said thus far is the rivers look like Nepal, or the rivers look like Pakistan or something.
It does.
It's because those places, the way they flood, the way they move stuff, the way they blast the rocks, you have that bright, clean, almost like rougher rock surface.
All you have to do is go right up to Fish Top and look up river, and
Yeah.
you're gonna see
Yeah.
you're gonna see something totally different. We got some comments here on the Facebook page.
What do you got on the Facebook page, boss?
People are giving you props on your drawings.
Oh man, we trying to hold it down here. We're trying to hold it down. I'm trying to frame up. This is going somewhere scientific, I promise. I just, John and I have to bat it back and forth here a little bit, just to kind of like set the stage here, All right, Vanessa, this is about where we're trying to go with it here. Yeah, you can screenshot this, John, and I'll sign it for you. What do you think of that, man? You want to do something like that?
So our biggest bids right now, we've got 2 bids on Arlen's stained glass for the women's plaque. That's going big. We still have a lot of amazing values on the auction right now. It's starting to evolve. Share our feed with anybody that you know on whatever your social platform is. We're going to be here for the next few hours. Here in a second, we're going to have Dixie Marie Prickett come up. She is going to get into the details of the gear and what's going on. Big props to Nathan Silsby for being on the drone, coming in last minute, giving us those, what do you call them, devastating aerials?
Damage assessment. Damage assessment.
You know what I mean? Something
I
like
do.
that. Yeah, just make sure you go to our auction page. We got a QR code on the stream. You can jump onto our Facebook page and get all the deets there. It looks like a mess here, Phil.
It does.
But it looks so much better than it has. I mean, it's the amount of work that's been done, like just having this field not full of debris, just this one little spot here.
Yeah.
It's quite ridiculous.
I was actually talking to Pat about this earlier, like the amount of response and the amount of workforce that came here, and just like, and when I say here, I mean throughout Western North Carolina, East Tennessee, that just attacked when all this was done. It's truly remarkable, because it's something that this was national news for quite a while, and it'll continue to be. But like the scale of what this did to the landscapes, the infrastructure, people's daily lives, like it's big. I mean, on the national scale, just natural disasters, big picture, this was absolutely huge. And to be able at this point to come here, the number of trees that would have come down, like I can't imagine what this looked like. I mean, it would have been. It would have been unreal. And I mean, we're able to sit here and do this. It's something.
Yeah, and it's, you know, I got to give a shout out to specifically there. I could tell you all the groups that help out in a disaster, if you ever want to know. The ones that are a hindrance, the one that's help, and whatever.
We'll keep it positive. We'll keep it positive.
I'll tell you, but the paddling community, the level of resourcefulness
Right.
that was happening there. I mean, I had within 48 hours, generator, ton of gas,
Right.
Starlink, fresh food, bourbon. I mean, it was
So
ridiculous.
you had all,
you know,
all
and it
fronts,
was
all
just like, you know, paddling community coming in here, and then we kind of set the whole ranch up, and you can still see parts of it out here as like a distribution area.
Right.
And for that first week, it was being filled by paddlers. Like Chris Wing was up top.
Yeah.
People were bringing stuff in. There'd be a dozen people hike in
Yeah.
stuff. I'd meet
Yeah.
them with the UTV at the bottom of the trail down there, bring it down, boom, it was out, and it was just all paddlers for that first
Yeah.
week. And then they continued to help after that, but there wasn't such a need because once we could get UTVs around, you know, it became less dire. But it was off the hook, man. They can, and that's just because everybody, you know, has a connection to this river.
They
So
do.
they were
No, they do.
extra motivated.
Absolutely.
In a lot of
Yeah,
cases. But no, it was off the chain.
Throw me back here so I can close this out, man.
Okay,
Throw me back on the screen here. So
We
I
need to
can-
get Phil artwork back.
That's right. Let me just so we can put this one to sleep.
Mr. Kerber, can you give us a over to Phil artwork? There we go.
All right. So yeah. So I made this for you. This is my guy here. I'm honored to have the chance. But so you say you like draw you a nice gorilla picture. Well, like I don't know how you know where to put this stuff. Like so there's kind of a rock horizon like that. There's a rock horizon like that. And a rock horizon like that. You know, you got all these same. You have these same kind of shapes in it, right? So if you want to like draw yourself a gorilla picture, you just got to think about where the seams, where the breaks in the rock are, and you can kind of frame it up. You can frame it up like that, and yes. So at this point, you know, we'd have to get rid of a bunch of rock like on this end. So I think all that stuff kind of broke off right there. So we have, we have something that like popped along one of those, one of those seams. Come on, White, give me a break, bro.
I just got a cue from the studio. We're on a 2-minute warning.
2-minute warning.
2-minute warning.
So you have a lot of, you have change, but the bulk of those elements are still there.
Right.
So that's why when I say it, you can't run it the same way, but it's still there. It's still there.
So there's a line. I think there's 2 lines, depending on the flow.
No canoe that I will be running the green in will fit through them. So that's my excuse.
No, that's not true.
Can I do Columbus now? Is it like straight Columbus
it's good
now?
to go. It's totally good to go.
All right,
like
now.
there's not like
All right,
that
now.
like little funnel that keeps you from getting onto
I
Columbus.
seem to
like
only
it.
succeed doing that when I didn't mean to going backwards. So now is my time. Basically, the flood has made this the era of P. Prince Columbus. All right. We can talk.
All right, where can our viewers follow you, Phil? You have a sick YouTube channel. What is it? Geo?
It is called the Geo Models because that's what I called it in 2012, teaching at Virginia Tech. It's like locked up in like a Google thing, so I can't change the name. If you type in like Philip Prince Geologist, you'll find it on YouTube.
And Phil has some fascinating videos about all the different, not all of them, but a bunch of different watersheds here in the southeast that he has done this same kind of work on. And we certainly appreciate you coming down here and spending your time. I know it's valuable.
Oh
and,
no, this would not miss it, and flattered by the invitation, and I mean that for sure. This was like a special place to me. Gorilla was that was a special place within a special place, absolutely.
Yeah.
And to be a part of this, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Well, we are going to kind of move on with our show here. I could sit here and doodle, and And hang on, I'm getting a cue from back in the back line. Just go ahead and say the words. And we're going to go to a sponsor break. Is that what I'm hearing, Jake? All right, we're going to a sponsor break here. Thanks so much to everyone. I got to deal with my dog over here barking with someone.
Straighten that out, man.
Thank you so much. We'll have more auction details and everything coming up soon.
We all have a footprint, some bigger than others. When corporations take initiative to offset their carbon emissions in an amount equal to their carbon footprint, we find balance. This is carbon neutrality, and this movement is essential for our planet. One Colorado-based brewery has been prioritizing sustainability since they first started brewing beer 3 decades ago, and has just made a defining step towards carbon neutrality as a company. Meet New Belgium Brewing.
It's funny, the original inspiration for the power slide, I can actually pinpoint a day where it started. And it was my first day safety kayaking on the Chattooga. The Chattooga, in the early 90s when I got there, it was one of the places to be. Everybody's skill level was high because it's considered a pretty technical rafting run. Everybody that was a safety boater out there, they've got to be good. All of our boats were basically the longboats of today. And so to play, you paddle the river really fluidly. We would try to find cool eddies to carve through, cool currents to cut across. And that always was inspirational. The power slide, you know, I wanted that slalomy feel, that long glide. So you're trying to make it look easy and make it look fluid and smooth. And that's kind of that's the essence of the power slide. funny, the original inspiration for the power slide, I can actually pinpoint a day where it started. And it was my first day safety kayaking on the Chattooga. The Chattooga, in the early 90s when I got there, it was one of the places to be. Everybody's skill level was high because it's considered a pretty technical rafting run. Everybody that was a safety boater out there, they've got to be good. All of our boats were basically the long boats of today. And so to play, you paddle the river really fluidly. We would try to find cool eddies to carve through, cool currents to cut across. And that always was inspirational. The power slide, you know, I wanted that slalom-y feel, that long glide. You're trying to make it look easy and make it look fluid and smooth. And that's kind of that's the essence of the power slide.
We all have a footprint, some bigger than others. When corporations take initiative to offset their carbon emissions in an amount equal to their carbon footprint, we find balance. This is carbon neutrality, and this movement is essential for our planet. One Colorado-based brewery has been prioritizing sustainability since they first started brewing beer 3 decades ago, and has just made a defining step towards carbon neutrality as a company. Meet New Belgium Brewing.
right. Hello, Green Race fans. Here we are with the auction. We've got an online auction going on. If you do not know about it, please come see us at greenrace.us. That's greenrace.us. We're trying to raise as much money as possible for the Green River. And go to this website, greenrace.com, and you can find, greenrace.us. There we go, .us. And you can find more about us. So we are going to start off talking about all the different items that we have today at the auction. We're going to start with, Brian's going to bring it in with a raft and tell us about what this raft is all about. What do we got going on here?
Yeah, here we go. So we have our live auction going until 9:30 tonight. Like Dixie Marie said, get on. 9 o'clock tonight. Details matter. Greenrace.us. We have all these amazing vendors and sponsors that have donated gear. Dixie Marie, myself, and Al are going to walk through all the gear with some of the sponsors. We got Candace Caldwell, our tattoo artist. We have the Turtle Box guys and folks from Astral. So I'm going to kick this off with a description of our 10'6" bad fish raft. It's called the Ark. A $4,200 retail value. Right now, top bidders at, what is that, Dixie Marie? $2,100.
$2,100. That's a deal. Come on, you guys. Let's see some bids on this thing.
This raft is one sexy raft. It's like yellow with a yellow bow and stern, yellow thwarts, and then really beautiful badfish teal blue sidewalls. It's a killer raft. It's a legendary raft based off the Arkansas River out in Colorado. Again, 10'6". Right, paddle with your friend, paddle with your family, put a rig on it. Everyone out there on the Ark has a rig. It's got 18-inch tubes that keep you close to the water and outer thwarts. The 10'6" packed down, small enough to fit in the back of your car, easy to store between trips. Our good friend Luke Hopkins designed these along with many other great Badfish products. So get that bid in for the Badfish Ark 10'6" self-bailing raft. Current bid right now, $2,100. We have on deck next, wait a minute, our local manufacturer, Liquid Logic, coming out of Fletcher, Asheville, Hendersonville, North Carolina. We have a custom Liquid Logic power slide designed by one and only Green River legend Shane Benedict. I actually got to paddle the Narrows with Shane quite a bit this summer and his protege, Andrew Holcomb, but I paddled with Shane in the power slide, and let me tell you, this boat does it all. Custom colors with a gray to white fade, with a kicking power slide 75 logo. It's got the Liquid Logic badass outfitting. This boat is a full-on 10-foot half slice. It has a planing hull with rails bow to stern. This boat is sick. Let me tell you, I love my Ripper, but I'm going to have to get me a power slide. Saw Shane getting after it on the upper gully. I believe we have one Dixie Marie or two of these power slides.
We have one in the online auction that's online, and we'll have another one for the auction that's going to be live here this evening. So two in total. Yeah. Whoever wins on the online gets to pick their color.
Yeah. So online auction, the power slide 75, valued at $1,400. The current bid is $700. Come on, let's raise some money for the Green River restoration. Build this community back. I got to tell you, I don't get too worked up about many half-size kayaks, but this one is a winner. This one is sweet. I just love everything about it. It's sexy. It paddles well. It flat spins. It squirts. It wheelies. It creaks. It is a winner, hands down, quiver killer. Get your bid on that power slide, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to hit one last auction item. I'm going to describe it to you. This is a Costa Rican pack raft trip with R&L Outdoor Center. The retail value of this trip is $4,200. Current bid right now, ladies and gentlemen, is $2,100. Have anyone out there listening ever been to Mount Arenal in Costa Rica, home of the Tabacan Hot Springs? Yes, Al Gregory, Dixie Marie Prickett. So this pack raft excursion is based out of the bottom of an active volcano, Mount Arenal. In the evening, you can actually see the lava eruptions and the orange lava flows piling down the mountains. It's an amazing adventure. So again, Costa Rican pack raft trip with R&L Outdoor Center. They provide an all-inclusive experience. Wait, from San Jose Airport to La Fortuna, that is epic. They provide all the lodging, all the meals. I hope that comes with some Imperials. That's a national beer of Costa Rica. I love me some Imperials. They provide a pack raft training experience customized to each individual participant. They provide all the safety equipment, and they include a custom pack raft built to your needs. Let me tell you, in Costa Rica, the adventures are a little bit different. Pure Vida, they're living on the edge. It's a little loose, which makes it very exciting, but you will not find a better destination than La Fortuna and the Mount Arenal Outdoor Center. Again, Mount Arenal is one of the highest mountain lakes in Costa Rica. It's a windsurfing mecca of Costa Rica. Tabacan Hot Springs, this is a legendary trip, and the retail value is $4,200. It's going for $2,100 right now. Get on that. That is a hot take from me, Brian Miller. I am going to kick it over to my good buddy, 2000 Green River Race champion, Al Gregory, for a description of our next items. Here you go, Al.
Thank you, Brian. We appreciate everybody watching and want to point out that these t-shirts are on sale this year. We encourage you to go to greenrace.us to buy your own. Brian and I were just gifted some, and we wanted to show them off. I quite like the color, and you should get one. The first thing we're talking about today is this dry suit. Now, this is a Gore-Tex dry suit. It's a rear entry. Also has the zip in the back, and let me see if we can see the zip in the back. The zip in the back is an important feature. This is an NRS dry suit. So he's got this zip down here in case you have to go to the bathroom, which is very, very convenient. Back when I started kayaking, we didn't really use these, and then as I got older, all the younger kids had dry suits, and I was like, I don't need a dry suit. I don't need a dry suit. It's like, it's fine. And then I started wearing a dry suit, and now I say everybody needs a dry suit. Everybody needs a dry suit. These things are awesome. You can wade right into the water, and you're dry and comfortable, and I encourage you to do it. These, usually, what do these retail for? About $1,200? $1,300. Right now, the bidding is not $1,300. All the money goes to a good cause, so please get on there and get yourself a dry suit because everybody really needs one.
Yes, they do.
I want to show one of my favorite things in the auction this year.
We're fighting over it.
And I'm being a little selfish about this because I want one really badly, so I feel like it's a disservice to the auction for me not to promote it, but I'm going to promote it a little bit.
I'm gonna win it. We gotta fight.
So it's a turtle box, right? And I've got Matthew here from Turtle Box who's going to talk a little bit more about it.
Hey y'all, Matthew from Turtle Box here. Al's got our custom green race 2024 speaker. You can flip it around. Yeah.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
You sure they can
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Really?
they've got a little.
Okay, this is my favorite part.
Yeah. Boom. Logo. Totally custom speaker. So if you don't know much about Turtle Box, it's based in Houston, Texas, but starting to get some traction across a few different communities out there. But it was started in Houston. 4 friends had an old sailboat and they needed some music, so they got together in a garage and created the first one from scratch. Pelican case, motorcycle batteries, all sorts of Frankenstein pieces put together, and almost 10 years later, and this is what we're working with. It's super loud. It's 100% waterproof, so fully submersible up to 3 meters.
We have 6 of them.
Rugged as hell. There's 6 of them available. I don't know if they're all going in the auction, but
Tell them what that is. What does that say?
that's the Green Race, a New Dawn logo for this year, 29th annual, with a badass gorilla on it. We're here November 2nd. Trying to clean some trash up. That's why we're all here, is to make this place look a little better, one day at a time. I live in Asheville, and we saw what happened to the French Broad, and we're seeing the green here now, and it's really powerful to come here and come together and make a difference here. That's what it's all about. So just stoked to be here and support. I think that the auction is up to $200. This retails for $400, so you could get a steal. Hopefully there's some fighting over it, but yeah, just stoked to be here.
Thank you, Matthew. We appreciate having you, and get a turtle box. You're going to have to outbid me. Last time I checked, I had the highest bid. We also got some things from our good friends, Immersion Research. They make a fantastic product if you guys haven't ever used their products, and the one in particular that I really like, I don't really have a good picture of it, but this is called the misdemeanor. So this is something that enables you to change discreetly in a public place without getting naked, because kayakers are famous for getting naked everywhere and not really caring about it. And so somebody decided to give us a fighting chance with the rest of society to cover ourselves up so we can change. So these things, Dixie Marie, what are these things valued at?
That one, the retail on this is $89, and the minimum bid is 30. We have one bid in at 30.
We have one bid in at 30 right now. We retail at 89. Get yours so you don't get a felony. Immersion Research also has this fantastic, this is called a union suit. And if you've ever seen one, I'd take it out of the bag, but then you would think it was used. It's a full light covering of your whole body and with a hood, and they call that a balaclava. Balaclava, not baklava.
That's stuff you eat.
I love some baklava. So this is a one-piece thing you wear under all your gear, and it keeps you super warm. They're on the auction site.
What's that auction site?
The auction site is greenriver.us.
Yes, greenrace.us.
Greenrace.us. And you can get a t-shirt there, greenrace.us. What else do we have today?
We're going to have our friend Daniel from Astral come up next.
Oh, fantastic. I like that company. Daniel, do you want to talk about some things today? You look like you're about to go in the river.
Thank you, Al. It's good to see you. It's good to see everybody else out there. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting the Green River. It's been a special place for me for a really long time. I moved here to Asheville in 2007 for the Green River. Started working at Astral in 2013. So I really owe Mother Green and introducing me to all these great people, and it's brought me to where I'm at in my life today. So it's good to be here, good to help out, good to clean up, good to see everybody. So we're auctioning off today. It is a PFD of your choice, but we are showing first, this is the green jacket. This was designed and released in 2011. So it was developed and tested here on the banks of the Green River. It is a classic. This is a highly loved life jacket in the core community, and it still stands the test of time. So it's 16.5 pounds of buoyancy. It uses our foam tectonics. So it's a 2-panel system. You got our PVC-free Gaia foam in the front for comfort, and then you have the floating panel so it can adjust to your different torso heights. On the back, you know, we started bringing the lotus flower on it, which is a legacy logo of ours. This is the aquafade color. There are 2 other colors available of your choice. You've got fire orange and you've got space black. On the front of the PFD, we have our famous clamshell pocket. It's got 2 organizers here. It's got a knife pocket and a mesh pocket in the front. You know, you can carry anything you want in there. A lot of people love to carry their pin kits. 2 side pockets here, left and right. So a recent rescue PFD that came out, you might be familiar with, is called the Indus. So this jacket has 22 pounds of buoyancy. It's 33% more. We worked on this PFD for about 5 years with a lot of really, really talented kayakers. One of them being Benny Marr, Jerry Moffitt, and then some of our really wonderful sales reps too. The front pocket is intentionally, we intentionally left the clamshell off. We wanted it to be really smooth for entering back into rafts and other crafts, and also to keep the bulk down with it being more foam. This colorway is the fire orange. It also comes in ocean blue and space black. You got your lash tab here on the front, and then you also have a folding knife. But this jacket retails for $375. The green jacket is $365. Where are we at right now?
We are at
Dixie Marie.
$260.
So let's get it on up there, y'all. Come on, you know, this is for a good cause. This is for the green. So I'd love to see it up to 400, 500. What do we got? High bidders. Come on, let's go. Who's next? DMP?
I'll take it back.
DMP. Thank you.
Either one. Okay, I'm like, I'll look at either one of them. Do we still have Candace? Up next we're going to have Candace Caldwell Day. She's an amazing artist. She's going to come talk about her gift certificate, which is a tattoo. How exciting is that? Hi, pretty lady. Tell us about your amazing. Here, I got this. Can you guys see that? I don't know if you can zoom in.
There you go. Thank you.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you
we'll
for
have
coming.
A little chat here, of course. So, I mean, I've been paddling for 30 years. Known you maybe almost that long. The Green was the very first river that I ever paddled with my mama, and the very first one we took our baby girl Tallulah on, and the last river I paddled with my mama before she passed away. So it's a very special place, and we're here to give it lots of love. And what I have to offer to donate is art. So I tattoo in Silva. I do a lot of fine art tattoo and watercolor tattoo, and I have a private studio in downtown Silva, North Carolina. Custom creations for your skin art collection. But we've got, which ones are we talking about? Because I've got.
So the online auction's got the bid has the gift certificate for a custom piece, correct? Is that what?
Yeah, I have. There is on the online auction. There is tattoo gift certificate.
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about here. We're gonna have an auction at the festival grounds later. So that's where your actual artwork will be.
Okay.
So, but for here right now, talking to all of our friends out there in online world, that would be about the custom piece that they can do, their tattoo. So if I wanted to come get a tattoo, if I can win this. Oh yes, sorry. I'm back here not talking.
Yeah, so you contact me on Instagram or Facebook. Messenger is probably the two best channels for that, and my portfolio is on Instagram, so you can see all the different types of work and see if that is a style that you are into. It's pretty flexible. I can do watercolor, fine art, glitter, black graphic design,
Glitter? Are you
pet
kidding?
portraits. Oh yeah, there's glitter tattoo
my
now.
gosh.
It's not like putting glitter in the skin, but it's a pointillism effect that
That's so
creates
cool.
like a sparkly kind of effect in tattoo.
Wow, that's cool.
But yeah, I really enjoy connecting with our outdoor community because I know there's not a whole lot of boaters that are tattoo artists.
No, I don't know one.
I think it might just be me.
You're the only one. You're the only one I know.
I mean, me and, but yeah, so.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for donating
course.
this. And right now we currently have the bids at $210. This is values $500. So let's raise some more money on this one.
Let's lift that one up, guys. I brought a big one and a little one, and that's the big one. It's for 3 hours worth of work plus your deposit.
Awesome.
So
that's great.
Have fun. It's going to be a big one. We can probably at least in a half-day session, get you a forearm piece done or something smaller if you want to expand it later into another session or multi-sessions. We can do that. But the first part of your piece will be to benefit Mama Green.
That's awesome. Oh, that'd be fun for somebody to do a Green River, tattoo.
Oh yeah, I just did a Western North Carolina river tattoo for a boater chick lady, and right before the hurricane, I tattooed a raft guide from the Pigeon and the Nolichucky.
Oh wow!
So,
all right, so the themes are out there. Thank you so much, Candace.
Yes.
We appreciate your donation and your time and being here, and we love you.
Absolutely, I love you guys, and I love our community, and let's keep raising some money and clean up our home.
Yes, we need to do it. Thank you. Should I turn this one off? Okay, I'm going to keep talking about Patagonia auction items here. Up next, we have the Patagonia Black Hole Duffel. It's a 70-liter bag. You can get a small child in it. It is not carry-on size if you're flying. This one would be a checked bag, but it can haul all of your gear, river gear, all of the stuffs. And this is from Patagonia. It's retails for $199. Currently, the bids are at $120. So let's see that go up. And just so you guys know, the way this auction works is it's if you place a bid, it has to be in increments of 10, so you'll see it. It's real easy to check out. Go to greenrace.us, and you just create an account really quickly if you've never done this, and then you can start bidding, bid away. So Patagonia Black Hole Duffel 70-liter. And then I'm going to talk about a pair of Patagonia men's Swift Current front zip waders. These are Gore-Tex waders from Patagonia, so if you are into fishing, fly fishing, walking up the creeks, getting out there, these are for you. They are a size men's medium. They are valued at $799, and the current bid's at $350. So let's check out the Patagonia Men's Swift Current Zip Front. Also from Patagonia, we have 2 travel rod rolls. These are for fly fishing rods for you to travel around with, valued at $79 each. The bids on those are $30 and $35. And then up next, we've got the Watershed Akoi dry bag. And at some point, we'll find Watershed. They're here today. They're one of the sponsors. We'll find Eleanor to come and talk about the dry bag. But we have retail value is $159. Currently, it's going for $100. So we got 6 bids on that. You guys want a Watershed bag? I hear ya. And then up next, I'm going to talk about the White Salmon River House. This is a 4-day, 3-night. The house will sleep up to 8 people on the White Salmon River. This is over on the West Coast. Well, not all the way on the West Coast, but it's in Washington, right across from Hood River, Oregon. This looks like a sweet deal. The value is $1,000. Current bids are in at $600. So let's raise some money there. We want to thank our friends out from the Salmon River area and the White Salmon and Little White for donating this. That's very generous of you guys. Again, that's going for $600, valued at $1,000. So we have some amazing prizes here that are, don't even have a couple of bids on them yet. We got waders that need a bid, travel rod case that needs a bid. What else needs a bid? Pack raft, the Costa Rica trip needs a bid. Let's see you bid on that. We've got some bids coming in on the PFD. We got 1 bid on that dry suit. Oh, come on. We got 1 bid on that raft. Oh, come on, you guys. We need to raise some money out here. So go to greenrace.us. You can check out the description for each one of these prizes and see what is available. And we have a few more items that you're not seeing in person right now, just a second. You're going to, though. We are going to be talking with some artists that are here working on these pieces as we speak. Up first, we're gonna talk to Arlen, who's been making our Green Race trophies for many years here, and he's here with stained glass artwork. He's going to do a men's plaque and a women's plaque. I'm going to turn it over to Brian, who's going to be talking with Arlen on the glass work.
Hi, Dixie Marie, incredible job introducing all the Patagucci merch. And I got to tell you, we didn't get to show a lot of it, but I just want to review what is up for auction. Greenrace.us going till 9 o'clock tonight. The 70-liter Patagucci Black Hole Duffel. This thing is sexy. I love the color scheme. It's got the tags on it. It's an incredible piece of gear. These duffels, I mean, my boys use these duffels. I use these duffels. Like, we all roll with our own little duffels. And I got to say, I really like the pattern of this particular duffel. It's called Pufferfish Gold, and I dig that. Dixie Marie, where are we at right now with the Pufferfish duffel?
We are at $100 on that. 120.
120. That bid is up to $120. I just wanted to showcase a little bit more of the merch. Patagucci rod holder. Pretty nice. Yeah, we have 2 of these.
$35.
This is a nice looking canvas one, currently at $35. But get your rod holder, fly fisherman. This is a real nice orange looking fly holder as well. Digging this. I believe this one is called Paintbrush Red. And then look, I know I have some fishing buddies out there. I know my boys are out there. Davis River Outfitter boys. We know that when you go fly fishing, there's nothing better than a pair of Patagonia waders. And let me tell you, these are sick. These are incredible, inspired by wild connections. Look, the Patagucci emblem. There are pockets on the inside of this. These are badass, I'm not going to lie. Incredible pair of waders, neoprene feet. Get you some of these. Dixie Marie, where are the waders at right now?
The waders are at $350.
$350, and that's a worthy bid. So thank you, everyone out there watching. The last thing I got to tell you, Turtle Box shout out. This is the custom Green River Turtle Box with, the 29th annual Green Race, A New Dawn. Look, man, my boy Lando Miller, sponsored by Turtle Box. We've taken these down the Green River in the back of a kayak. We have, and there's nothing better than hearing beats all day long. We do rodeo boating on the Nantahala, put it on the island, beats all day long. If you want to take your scene to the next level, get you a Turtle Box, waterproof. Hell, it could have survived Helene and still be beaten to this very day. No power needed. Get your Turtle Box custom 29th Green River Race.
That's at 210.
Box, and that's at 210. Let's do a little better, people, because Algie's at 2, so let's push that number up. I want to see you spend Algie's money. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to introduce to you our local artist.
Yeah, you better get on it.
I want to give a shout out to Phil Lesh. He passed away this week. He's the bassist of the Grateful Dead. We love you, Phil.
Love you, Phil.
Yeah, man. Proud of Cucamonda. So
yeah, we do.
We have some incredible artists going on. These guys are not only artists, but they're also kayakers, so they feel the love, they feel the vibe.
We'll get out
they
there.
both probably raced in the green at some point in time. Let me get my mic here loose a minute, because we are live. The dust is blowing. It's amazing. Like, yeah, we're coughing a little bit. But right now we have Arlen James. Arlen's a local. He's a critter trapper by trade. He traps critters, and if you need a critter trapped, he's your guy. But right now, Arlen's making stained glass. So, Arlen, tell us a little bit about yourself and what we're bidding on today for this auction.
What's up, Brian? So yeah, I've been doing the green race glass for the last 4 years. Usually it's a little bit different, but this year we got a hurricane with a wave behind it, and then I did gold inlay with Green River 2024 and then a new dawn. So yeah, kind of messed up. I had to put a hurricane in it, but I just feel like this was the perfect year to do it. So there you go. If you haven't won the green race yet, but you still want a piece of glass to take home, this is your year to win the glass. All it takes is money.
That's right. So Arlen's been making the trophies for the green race for the past 4 years. Anyone that knows anything about the green race wants to have one of these beautiful pieces hanging in their house. And again, he said this is a wave that was inspired by the hurricane that kind of overtook the entire Green River. 2024, a new dawn. That's what this day is about. My shirt, a new dawn. We're going to rebuild the green. We're going to revitalize it. We're going to get back what we love, which is the Green River of North Carolina. So shout out to Arlen. I believe the current bid on this piece of glass is around $400. Dixie Marie, can we get an update on Arlen's hurricane-inspired Green River stained glass?
So for the women's plaque, $500. For the men's, $150.
For the women's plaque, it's currently at $500. For the men's plaque, it's $150. Arlen, are these both the same pieces of art? They're going to look very similar to one another?
Similar. There's a little bit of a difference in them, but really not much. I just wanted to keep it, you know, the same. They're the same size. But yeah, small difference in between both of them.
Let me tell you, I actually have one of these hanging in my office at home, and I get to enjoy it every day. It's a first place from the junior class of the green race, and I'll tell you, I cherish that piece of glass as much as anything. It's beautiful. It reflects incredibly, and it captures all the light that can come through your window and reflects it into dynamic colors like white and red and blue. So get your bid on. Yeah, let's see this. Our cameraman wants to see it in the light, and I have to be careful. But, yeah, check it out right here in the sunshine. That is just beautiful. I love it all. I love the wave with the tube and the hurricane and the eye and the river, man. And that is just so fitting. And I'm telling you right now, I'm buying this thing in the men's class. Whatever it is, it's mine. I'm going home with it because I see one every day and I want one of my own. And I'm never going to win the green race. I'm not going to win the green race. So if this is the closest I can get to my own trophy, then there you go. So I'm scared to death about breaking this thing, but let's put it down. I want to give a shout out to an old friend, an old artist, Todd Graff. Todd Graff made stained glass for the green race for many, many years prior to Arlen's arrival. But that being said, let's move on to our next local artist, Levi Rose. And Levi, he's painting masterpieces over there. Everyone's familiar with Levi's art, but I want him to share a little bit about what he has going on today inspired by our green race.
Sure. So what I'm working on now is a paddle blade that I found in the green a couple of years ago, and painting a little green race scene on it. And so, yeah, I think that'll be really special. Maybe I'll find a piece of driftwood or something to serve as a little hanger or something. But yeah.
This paddle was a blank canvas when Levi sat down here today. He's been working off a still image, and I was asking him how tedious it is to paint all the spectators, and he said a little bit, but there is no better artist that can represent, hold this up for us, Levi, so everybody can see. There's no better artist out here in our community that can represent the green. Levi's been paddling the green for years. He feels the energy and the love, and he knows best how to represent the green. So I would encourage y'all to up the bids on this. Levi, tell us a little bit about how if someone wants to get some custom art from you, if they want to commission a, like I have a picture of myself and my boys running Gorilla. It's the last time I ever run Gorilla, and I really want you to paint that picture for me. So tell us a little bit about how people can find your art online and what that commission and purchase process is like.
Yeah, so people can visit my website, leviroadsart.com, and there I have a form people can fill out if they do want to commission stuff, or they can shop what I have already made. Right now I'm doing a bit of a print sale of another painting of Gorilla. The original is also available, but I'm also donating 20% of the proceeds there towards the efforts here. So yeah, got all kinds of work available on my website, leviroadsart.com.
There you have it, leviroadsart.com. 20% donation to our conservation, restoration, revitalization project. Let's hold that up one more time. This was actually found on the Green River, and it is a great depiction. You're missing about 1,000 people, Levi, but get to work, and I look forward to seeing what this goes for. Can we see the other side of it? Yeah, sure. Just regular old paddle. Yeah, old beat down Warner, and Levi's going to go harvest some driftwood out of the river and make a little hanger for that. So that's really a one-of-a-kind piece of art made here. I'm actually going to sprinkle a little sand from the Green River just on the edge, so you know that's the real deal. He might kill me, but it's art, it's fluid, and it's life. So we appreciate Levi being out here to display his amazing talent. Also, Arlen raising a lot of money. Hey, Dixie Marie, what do we have going right now for Levi's painting?
Levi's painting is $110.
Right now we got 110, so let's push that up north. Let's go for 200. Come on, let's get that. This is a one-of-a-kind piece of art being made right here. The artist is like, his palette is here, his brush, his inspiration. He's got the river, he's got Bob Ross. So let's get it up for Levi Rhodes, Arlen James. Look at that. Look at Arlen gold plating that, a new dawn. The art is being made right here. You know, usually we're on the banks of the river, like making art, but right now, like, we're showcasing the talent that these kayakers have outside of the river. We have just an amazing community of sawyers and artists and just hardworking men and women, musicians. So let's keep this live auction going. greenrace.us, going till 9 o'clock. Once again, closing it out here with our live artisans, Levi Rhodes and Arlen James. Get your critter trap, Arlen. Hey, if you need any critter trapping in Asheville, how do they get a hold of you?
I don't know. Hit me up. I got my phone.
Arlen James, he's ready. Critter trapping. Okay, so I think for now we've done a good job showcasing all the live auction stuff. We'll kick it back to our sponsors. Brian Miller closing out another segment, and we'll be back with you shortly.
funny, the original inspiration for the power slide, I can actually pinpoint a day where it started. And it was my first day safety kayaking on the Chattooga. The Chattooga, in the early 90s when I got there, it was one of the places to be. Everybody's skill level was high because it's considered a pretty technical rafting run. Everybody that was a safety boater out there, they've got to be good. All of our boats were basically the long boats of today. And so to play, you paddle the river really fluidly. We would try to find cool eddies to carve through, cool currents to cut across. And that always was inspirational. The power slide, you know, I wanted that slalomy feel, that long glide. You're trying to make it look easy and make it look fluid and smooth. And that's kind of that's the essence of the power slide.
We all have a footprint, some bigger than others. When corporations take initiative to offset their carbon emissions in an amount equal to their carbon footprint, we find balance. This is carbon neutrality, and this movement is essential for our planet. One Colorado-based brewery has been prioritizing sustainability since they first started brewing beer 3 decades ago, and has just made a defining step towards carbon neutrality as a company. Meet New Belgium Brewing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Green Race, our 29th Green Race of 2024. We're going to rebuild and restore the green. We have hundreds of people out here. We have teams deployed upstream cleaning out gorilla. We have teams deployed on the river downstream picking out trash. We have Eric DeGill and Corey Vol out leading a bunch of sawyers, cutting timber. It's an all-hands-on-deck kind of day. We got a great stage here set up. The late shifters are going to be playing late night. We can't wait for that. Albie's going to be rocking. But we want to remind everyone at home that's watching, we're having a live auction on greenrace.us. It's going to end at 9. I want to showcase for one last time some of the gear, and then we're going to cut to a contest that we have, which is titled How the Green Changed My Life in Less Than 5 minutes. I'm going to talk a little bit about that, but I really want to rally up the bidding on some of this gear and donations, because the more we talk about it, I can see the bids going north. So let me remind you of what we have here. Again, we spent some time talking about these Patagucci waders, but brand new Patagucci waders are absolutely beautiful. They got like pockets on the inside and all the things, neoprene footies, these things, man. If you buy these Patagonia, you know it's going to last a lifetime. This is the best gear made, hands down. I want to talk a little bit about this NRS dry suit. Super nice dry suit. Your choice, male or female. It's a back zip. But let me show you one thing that might have been left out, and it's this little label right here. This puppy is Gore-Tex, and we know a lot like Patagucci gear, Gore-Tex will last a lifetime. It's got some neoprene, and then it's got the classic latex gaskets. This is a really nice piece. So get your NRS dry suit, your choice of male or female. We got some IR stuff going on here. We got in the bag a custom baklava. This is a baklava, so they say union suit as Dixon Marie, right in the bag. A beautiful bag, recyclable by Immersion Research. Let's get the bids going for that. Wait, $40 right now for the baklava. We got, and make sure you check out the QR codes. All you have to do is look on your screen, have another beverage, have a little snack, watch some football, and scan that QR code. Hit those QR codes. I'm looking at it right now. Scan for the auction. Got it. Right now we have a changing top. This is the Immersion Research misdemeanor. It trust me, I've been in a little bit of trouble in my life, and it's a lot easier to get out of a misdemeanor than a felony. And I haven't had any felonies, but I've dealt with those. So get your misdemeanor. This is for changing, people. Mom and dad, if you don't want your son or daughter getting naked on the side of the river, bid on this Immersion Research changing top, because we will drop trout and we don't care. We're proud of our stuff. All right. Oh, yeah, man. Here we go. The beats continue. Al Gregory is leading the bidding on this. He wants to take this down the Grand Canyon in August, and boom, it gets better with that custom green logo. This thing is sick. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and say it could survive Helene, and there's not a lot of things that can say that. So get your Green River Turtle box. Yeah. We have a couple more items just to showcase Patagonia, man. We got some fly rod holders. We got a nice orange one as well as a nice kind of tan looking camo one. So get that going. Okay, here we go. I want to talk a minute about Candace Caldwell. She has a tattoo session that's worth $500. Candace is a local artist. I believe her studio is in Silva, but her and her husband Shane are great people. So here you go. Scan the QR code for Candace's tattoo session. This is amazing. Get you some Green River inspired tattoo ink going, little gray herring, a little gorilla. I bet you could paint gorilla on your arm. Okay, let's keep this going. So we have Levi Rhodes, local artist. I want to drive the price up to this. We're at $130 right now. This was salvaged on the Green River. It's at $150. Yeah, so the price on this, the bidding keeps going up. Let's keep driving it. Werner paddle, salvage off the banks of the Green River. This has been baptized by the river. And let me flip it over and see this art. Levi's been painting this all day while we're sitting here. I've actually, not knowing to him, I've been sprinkling Green River sand in the wet ink just to kind of solidify the meaning, but this is Levi's custom art. There's no better artist than Levi Rose that can depict the gorilla, not only from an artist perspective, but from a natural perspective, as he's one with the river, been running this. But check out all the spectators. He's going to keep working on this. Let's get a good close-up. Yeah, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, next to a Green River trophy, you're not going to find a better piece of art that reflects the spirit and the magnitude of what we've had in the Green River in the race for 29 years. So right now we're at 170. I want to see this thing push to 400. Let's push it up, ladies and gentlemen. Scan that QR code. This is an heirloom piece. If you're a paddler and you have a kid and you want them to paddle, get this piece for them, because you know what? The Green Race as we know it is over, but we're going to move on to a new dawn, and we're going to recreate this. But this legacy that Levi's painting, and it's a living piece of art, is going to continue to evolve. We also have Arlen stained glass. I think the men's is 70 and the women's trophy is up to 500. So keep pushing those up. You know, no disrespect to the hard merchandise, but these are mass manufactured, right? You can go to the store and you can get these. You can't find this anywhere but here. You can't. And I'll tell you right now, whoever bids on it, we're going to dip it into the river, and we're going to baptize it with Green River water, and we're going to sprinkle sand, and we're going to party on it. And you're going to know that this has been part of the history and the nostalgia of the Green Race. Last thing a couple more things I want to give a shout out to, and then we are going to cut to how the Green River changed my life. But I want to just talk about locally made Liquid Logic Power Slide, custom, sick, man. This boat is amazing. Like, you're not going to find a better 10-foot half slice for running the Upper Gauley, the Nolichucky, the New River, the Chattooga. This boat is one of a kind. Come here, Jax. We got Jax Grace up here. He's a Liquid Logic paddler. Jax, tell me a couple things. What do you like about this Liquid Logic kayak, young man? Go ahead.
It's custom, never been before, and it's one of a kind.
That's it. Custom, never been on the river before, one of a kind. What about this logo, man? You think people, let me pick it up. Tell me what you like about this logo.
Definitely the graphics and the dog.
Yeah, so it's got a dog on there with goggles and a purple little cart and flames coming out of it. So we appreciate you, Jax, stepping up here. Jax Grace, he's been out here helping with the revitalization, restoration. He's our future of paddling. So we have a contest, and it's a segment and a video submission on how the Green River changed my life. The requisites were that it had to be under 5 minutes. And, you know, there's no amount of words or images that could ever articulate or reflect how the Green has changed our lives. But a lot of us that have been out here for a long time, the Green has shaped our lives, and it's made us who we are. And no matter what has happened to our river, the one thing that endures all tragedy and all times is the love that we share for one another, for the sport of kayaking, and for Mother Nature. Showcase no better than the Green River. So I believe we have 5 to 6 submissions on how the Green River changed my life. I look forward to seeing these. I hope everyone at home look forward to seeing these. Look, ladies and gentlemen, we need to raise some money for the restoration of the Green River to keep this dream alive. Please bid on this incredible merchandise. Our sponsors are so generous. We're trying to drive up the prices just to see what we can do. We just don't know what we can do without your support. So, man, I wish we were racing, but in lieu of racing, let's cut the contest of how the Green has changed my life in 5 minutes or less.
Good job.
Hi, I'm Misty.
And I'm Brian.
And we're the Davises. And we live on the Lower Green, just right behind us.
And right there was my Narrows takeout, where I could just get picked up, go kayaking, and then I'm home. Seems like I'm a kayaker. And then Misty met me, and she became a kayaker. And then the Green changed our lives forever.
I was standing right there across this very property. I just got on a hike on the Green River Trail, and I stood and thought, this is exactly where I want to park my bus or van or whatever it was that I was going to buy. Little did I know the next day I would match with Brian, and we'd have a tiny home already. And that's where we live now. I manifested it.
Whisper in the night, a gentle dove. When the stars align and faith feels right, hold me close, hold me tight.
During our wedding, we incorporated an oathing stone ceremony, a way to honor the Green River where our journey together began.
We each held a stone, imbuing it with our hopes, love, and positive energy.
Then we tossed the stones into the river, knowing that just as the water flows endlessly, so would the energy and love we've placed into it.
The stones may be gone, washed away by the hurricane, but the love and spirit they carried remains here,
flowing through this place we call home.
After the hurricane, we returned to the river with a new stone, renewing what was lost.
This time, it wasn't just for us, it was for the river and our community.
Tossing the stone, we knew the river would carry our hopes forward just like before.
Even after the storm, our bond with the river and each other still remains.
We're just treating it as a fresh start. I mean, just the community stepping up with individuals we've never met before, coming in, helping us out. It's been amazing here. The Greens provided the best of days, and now it seems the worst, but we know better days are here to come.
It was so easy actually to see the things that we still have that came as a result of the green. And we still have each other. We still have a love for kayaking. But yeah, so we still have so much that will forever be here, that the green gives us. A beautiful home, a beautiful property, each other.
Yeah.
Can't take this away. Hurricane Helene. She is still Mama Green. Get it out! Get it out, babe! Get it out!
I don't see it.
It's literally in my hair. You didn't see it? Brian's property. I've been hiking with my parents and...
Okay, go ahead. I was trying to zoom.
Okay, we're definitely doing that again. Because you went... That's Hi, I'm Misty.
Oh, we can't do this because these pants are
It's
ugly.
okay. You can barely see them. And this is our beautiful property on the Green River. You do that.
And this is our beautiful property on the Green River.
And that's the Green River! You do it.
No, not only this is life, but this is cove life, baby.
I knew you were going to squeeze that in somehow.
Of course.
I'm a bit of an introvert, which is why you may know my name, but don't really know much about who I am. My first experience with whitewater was on the Green River, where I spent summers in the 80s at camp, dragging Grumman canoes back up river, perfecting each rapid in every position, both paddling sides. Working at camp and paddling southeastern whitewater on our days off ignited my love for whitewater and created lifelong friendships that would grow from those warm summer waters. I also like to take pictures and stuffed my dad's camera into my boat to capture those weekend getaways wherever flows could be found. That camera not only captured memories, but opened doors to new relationships as I shared my images more and more with paddlers. For an introvert, a camera created connection, and over the years my river network grew as I was invited to paddle or shoot with others. As my own family took to the water, I kept crossing paths with paddlers who had their own roots on the green, and were always selfless in offering their time to help us on our own whitewater journey. Those ties would run deeper than I would know at the time. In 2015, I finally hiked in on a cold November morning to experience the green race for myself. I slept in my car, hiked in under the cover of darkness, and found my spot. Over the next 6 hours, I was gut-punched with a barrage of visual adrenaline and did not stop shooting until the last boat was down the river and far out of sight. Hiking out that afternoon, I knew this race would not be my last. The next year, I decided to shoot from across the river to try and capture gorilla in the entire race in all its glory. Hauling camera gear and rope across the notch was not the easiest or probably the smartest idea I'd ever had. But when 12 o'clock came around, I was able to snap the photos I'd been dreaming about for months. The next day, Facebook was abuzz with messages saying that Shane Benedict was looking for a race photo, and that beautiful river family that had grown over the past few years were pointing Shane directly at me. That groundswell of whitewater love resulted in my first double-page spread with Kayak Session magazine and opened the door wide for opportunities I could not imagine. If I'm being honest, the most rewarding moments of these last 10 years have come from witnessing the love and power of friendships that exist across this whitewater community. We may have our differences, but when on the river, there is nothing we won't do to celebrate and take care of each other. Time and time again, through connections in my camera, I have had the honor of capturing the essence of what makes the diverse tribe of paddlers so special. With whitewater comes risk, and deep down it is part of that thrill that we all chase on the river. But with triumph, unfortunately, there is also tragedy, and in some cases, death. In those moments of deep loss, I have been inspired by the strength of this community to support those in need, and to recognize the connection, and if we're honest, the addiction that we all have with rivers. The green has also given me a new perspective on women paddlers, and how whitewater can still be challenging in a very male-dominated sport. I've been fortunate enough to support the Green River Takeover, Women's Paddle Fest, and Paddle in Pink, all events that I gladly give time to. I'm always amazed at how empowered these women are both on and off the river, supporting each other and growing their confidence and abilities on rivers. It is inspiring to watch these ladies thrive. My camera has also given me a better understanding of family on the river. It is one thing to put yourself at risk, but another game entirely to introduce your child to the river. To sit with your son or daughter above any big rapid for the first time is to feel your heart nearly burst with pride and also sheer terror all at the same time, especially in the Narrows. And on that day, when my son was ready to push past my own inabilities, the extended river family was there to shepherd him down his first descent. All I ever have to do is ask, and the tribe raises their hand to help my son excel where I cannot. That's pretty special. What started at the Green has resulted in so many opportunities for shooting world-class freestyle, slalom, and of course the Green Race. But more important, the Green River has taught me the power of community and given me the biggest family I never knew I needed. At least to me, the Green is a constant reminder that life keeps moving in ways we can't always predict. Fighting the current rarely ends in success, but when you find your line and embrace the flow, you go so much further than you could ever have imagined. Has the Green changed my life? Profoundly so.
Setting the scene. Setting the scene.
Set the scene. And scene.
Okay. I have a big brother named Tommy who taught us what kayaking was and taught me how to roll. And he left for college soon after that. So I taught Stacy how to roll because I needed a kayaking buddy. And we saw kayaking as our ticket to adventure and freedom. And so we learned together through the School of Hard Knocks.
We got named the Dirt Patch for a number of reasons, mostly because we were always just kind of flying by the seat of our pants. You know, our gear was always frozen in the back of our truck, and we had a dog that would ride shotgun, and we just were fired up. We ran the Green for the first time June 8, 1999, and I know that because I was 17, and the very next day I turned 18.
We both moved to North Carolina just to run the Green as much as we could, and we spent just shy of a decade running the Green all the time. Tommy's best friend was Daniel De Laverne, and he was the one that named us the Dirt Patch, which was not exactly a compliment, but he still paddled with us. And when we told him we wanted to run Gorilla, he was fired up for us. And so in February of 2001, Stacy and I ran Gorilla for the first time with Daniel. Remember that just being a turning point for us. The next year we were racing.
Well, so far it's like Disneyland on crack. There's a lot of people here. It's nice to see so many people spanking the monkey so quick.
What a great place to grow up.
One of our best Green River adventures was when we ran the Green on a full moon at night.
We're sitting at Sunshine Rock, and we realized it was a full moon that night, and we decided we were gonna run it at night. And we had somebody with us that evening that was telling us, well, girls, if you get hurt, then you're just gonna have to hike out on your own. And it kind of got us fired up.
I remember pulling up to go left and thinking we were obviously going to sneak it because it was nighttime, and watching you just paddle into go left and run that rapid and thinking, oh, man, I've got to do it now because Stacy did it. Of course I'm going to do it. There's no way I'm not going to do it. So then I paddled go left. Same thing at Gorilla. Thought we were going to walk it and look over at Stacy, and she gives me that look and just paddles off the pencil sharpener into the eddy on the right. Oh man, I guess we're doing it. And it was so cool because just the most important parts of the rapid were lit up. There was like, the notch was lit up, but then the eddy was dark. I think I ran the notch first and eddied out in the dark and was sitting in the eddy, and then watched you come through, and then you like flew off the pad, but the pad was lit up. So it was just like so perfect. And then got to Sunshine, which was dark, but just like the most crucial part where you make the move at the lip was lit up. And then all of Sunshine below that was just this brightest, like almost daylight below it. And then we did that and hung out at Sunshine, which we were calling Moonshine.
It was a blue moon, and I remember saying over and over again, once in a blue moon, you run the green at night, once in a blue moon. It makes me just happy to know that I've spent so many hours on that river and with so many wonderful people, and found so much about life and just the fun of it. You know, life should be about joy, and I can't tell you how much joy the green has brought to me over the years, decades, I guess. Some of the most exciting times I've had in my life have been on the green.
We learned that you have to connect to that wild side of yourself in order to be living, to be really living.
I just am so happy for all the memories, because no matter how much the greens change, they can't take the memories away, and I can still close my eyes and run that river even though it's not there anymore. The green taught me to be confident in myself, and it taught me to be brave, and it taught me to face my fears, which has really turned me into the grown-ass woman that I am now. And I hope to have more time on that river, even though it will be different, and different is good sometimes, right? You know, even when things look their worst, right? You're going off the pad at Gorilla backwards, you know, taking that opportunity to move backwards, you know, take advantage of what you have going for you to overcome adversity. I think that was a valuable lesson learned.
Hey, Avery, what do you think about the dirt patch? What is the dirt patch here?
The what?
The dirt patch.
What's that?
It's me and your mom are the dirt patch. Come on.
That's what happens. That's what happens.
Yep.
You lose your identity with children.
I've got some dirt patch qualities now, just by contact.
It doesn't wash off.
Like a fungus.
Yeah, it doesn't. It does not wash off, apparently.
This is a river I've been coming to since I was a very little kid. Paddling on the lower and like kind of just getting weaned into hard boating on the lower, and then being able to slowly progress like up to the upper green, and then like into my teenage years and now my 20s doing the narrows. So it's a really special place that I feel very lucky to call home. And I don't see myself ever permanently leaving this area. My name's Aaron Fay. I'm originally from Asheville, North Carolina, and yep, still live there and still call this place a second home. My first lap out here was pretty interesting. Yeah, walked the big three, but everything else was fantastic. And I remember when I did that first lap, I was like a kid in a candy store. I've green raced 2 times. I think Shane Benedict put it well a while back and saying that it's like all the holidays in one. It's Christmas, New Year's, 4th of July, Halloween, you name it. It's all of that in one good weekend. It's spectacular. So I'm pretty bummed that we don't get to have that this year like we used to anyway.
Get out of there! Get out! Get out of there! What are you doing?
I don't think there's really a replacement for somewhere that feels like home. My name's Tyler Dietz. I am 30, will be 31 in January. I moved here specifically really because of the green, I guess, just like everybody else.
Let's see it, titties! Woo! Ride the lightning!
I put like all kinds of crazy spices in there. And it's like.
I hope that when it gets low enough in the summer that we can get out there and flip-flop around and waste, 4 or 5 hours of a Saturday playing in the water.
Hey, good to see you, bud.
My name's Brad McMillan. I'm 37, and I live at the Green River Narrows Takeout. I think it was 2 days after the storm. A friend of mine went in there and said, there's not a single rapid that is the same. And that was kind of heartbreaking to hear, but also kind of exciting, something to look forward to and see the change in a different river.
It's easier to pick out the things that are similar to the old green than it is to list all the new ones.
I never really would have thought I was taking something for granted there with the green. You just kind of assumed it would be there for our entire lives at least. My name's Levi Rhodes, I'm 31, and I moved here in 2017 specifically for the Green River and all of the other paddling opportunities in the area. Basically the biggest friends group I've ever had came from fellow green paddlers.
Take me down to where the Green River now goes, and tell me you'll be there when nowhere else to be. If you're down to share this Green River now goes, the sorrows and despair wash away from me.
How the green race changed my life in 5 minutes or less. That's a lot to unlock. I started racing the green in 2006. I'd moved down here from Michigan, went to college. After my first green race I raced for my whole life. I realized that it wasn't just a race, that it was a gathering of friends, of family, It was my favorite holidays all encompassed into one day. It is Christmas, New Year's, Easter, Thanksgiving, all in one day. It's a time when all of my closest friends could all come together and sit at the lineup, be scared, be nervous. And then at the end, we could talk about our successes, talk about maybe some failures. And then we could just love the Green River for what she was. We could cherish the good lines, laugh about the bad lines. We could learn. We could learn about ourselves amongst our crashes. We could really encompass what we wanted whitewater kayaking to be. I kept racing for 18 years because I was hoping that at one point during my race, just one girl would look at the race and say, wow, I want to be like her one day. And then being able to come around the corner at the notch and being able to hear people scream and yell, knowing how hard I've worked and knowing how much it meant to the community and the support of people who have never even met me. The community that surrounds the green is unlike any community that I've ever been in before. And that day of the race is the day that we can all get together and celebrate Mama Green, the Green River that we all love and cherish. Through my training during the green race, I taught myself that I could do hard things. I taught myself that I was stronger than I thought I was. I taught other people how to run rapids a little bit faster. It taught me that looking downstream would always make me go faster. It taught me the faster I'd paddle, the faster it was over. It taught me that hitting the notch at full speed would always usually work out. I didn't ever plan to win the green race 14 times. I didn't ever plan to race the green race for half my life. I planned to race the green race for my whole life. From the year I turned 18 till the year I turned 35, I raced the green. I changed a lot. I kept training throughout the year to make myself better, a better athlete, a better person. The green race changed my life in so many different ways.
That was the one right there. That was the one.
I'll always cherish that. I'm thankful for what we had, the time that we had. And it's gonna be very, very missed.
Hey Roger, what are you doing?
Trying to figure out how to fit all these years worth of green footage and memories and everything else, crazy moments, all into 5 minutes. I don't know how I'm gonna do this.
Can you show me some evidence? Scars or something? I don't know. You have any scars?
Times have changed and times are strange. Here I come, but I ain't the same. Mama, I'm coming home. Time's gone by, it seems to be. You could have been a better friend to me. Mama, I'm coming home. You took me in and you drove me out, yeah, you had me hypnotized, yeah. Lost and found and turned around by the fire in your eyes. You made me cry, you told me lies, but I can't stand to say goodbye. Mama, I'm coming home. I could be right, I could be wrong. It hurts so bad, it's been so long. Mama, I'm coming home. Selfish love, yeah, we're both alone. The right before the fall, yeah. But I'm gonna take this heart of stone. I just got to have it all. I've seen your face 100 times. Every day we've been apart. I don't care about the sunshine, yeah. 'Cause mama, mama, I'm coming home. I'm coming
This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend. The end of our elaborate plans. The end of everything that stands. The end. No safety or surprise, the end. I'll never look into your eyes again. Can you picture what will be so limitless and free? Desperately in need of some stranger's hand in a desperate land. Yes, sir. I have my scars.
Yeah, you can lead us in now.
Welcome back, everybody. We wanted to recap our day a little bit here at the Green River Ranch for the Green Race Party. If you haven't heard, go to greenrace.us to get yourself a t-shirt supporting the Green River. There's also an auction there until 9 o'clock tonight. We're going to go over some of the items, and I'm here with Brian Miller.
Yeah, Al, it's been a great day. A lot of the teams that have deployed out for the recovery and restoration are still out there. So the field's prime for one heck of a party with the lay shifters and Al be DJing, and I'm excited to see all the folks coming back from their efforts. You know, there's nothing better in life than giving to others and the reciprocity that you get when you give to others what they give back to you. And Al, that's what this race is all about. It's about the love. It's about lifting up one another. It's about being there. You know, the thing about the green race is there's only one or two winners. And the rest of us, you know, we don't make the podium. But what we walk away with is that love and admiration of one another and a deep appreciation for what this river means to us. And we'll have the green race one day soon. It might be a little bit different, Al, but despite the changes to the river, the one thing that hasn't changed is the way we feel about this community and the love we have for one another. So thoughts about the day, Al, what you've seen out here?
Well, I got a chance to go up to Fish Chop Falls today. I didn't quite make it to Fish Chop Falls, but I was in the parking lot that we call Fish Chop, and Fish Chop looked very different. The parking lot was there, but then it looked very different. The river looked very different. It's dramatic. It's hard to express, but
well, I haven't been to Fish Chop, so let me describe to the folks at home. On a summer day, Fish Chops is the put-in for the inner tubing section. The businesses down here that run tubes have shuttles that frequent this gravel parking lot and drop off hundreds of people daily throughout the summer. So, Al, if you're a tuber on the green and you're going up the Fish Chops, is it going to look like what it did this summer, say in August, or is it a totally different look that is unrecognizable?
It's unrecognizable right now. I think the funny thing is the parking lot is exactly the same. There's no damage to the parking lot at all.
Amazing.
But getting to the parking lot and right next to the parking lot is dramatic. So I think they'll resume operations. I'm optimistic that they will buy the powerhouse. Some private person or entity would buy the powerhouse so they can control the level of the lake. And I'm just optimistic. It's a time to write a new chapter for us. We were here at a time in a blip in geology and long time in whitewater that we were able to run this river relentlessly for 25 or 30 years, and it'll be legend from now on.
I mean, the 29th annual green race, Al and I were able to start commentating and calling this race due to COVID, and we were able to broadcast it to thousands of people, if not tens of thousands, to welcome viewers at home, family, grandma, grandpa, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunties into the arena that we call the Narrows. And so it's been an incredible amount of effort by John Grace, Tommy Hillicky, and Jason Hale to keep this race alive. There have been so many entities deployed to support this race, from EMS to sponsors to vendors. And it's just been an incredible privilege of Al and mine to broadcast this race and to bring you, the trials and tribulations. And Al, what we've learned a lot about our river community and this town and the Green Cove is the resiliency of the people, and they will not be held back. There's strength in numbers, and that's what I feel today is the strength of the community. As an individual picking up an armload of trash, you don't feel very significant, but with your brother and sister picking up arms together, like you feel like you're making a difference. So there are literally, I'm gonna guess, about 150 to 200 people deployed in the wilderness right now, up at Gorilla, downstream a mile, and then cutting big timber, getting it done. So have no fear that we won't get this back. We will, and it's a happy time. We're a little somber right now. It's been a great day. We're raising a lot of money, and trust me, as soon as that sun sets and that bonfire gets stoked, it's going to be off the hook. The lake shifters are amazing, and we're going to party hard. We want to talk a little bit more about some of our auction stuff, because ultimately the goal is to raise money. We have incredible opportunities here. So a little bit, we got Dixie Marie on the camera, going to kind of give us a quick rundown. Dixie Marie, we have this Badfish 10'6" raft. It's beautiful. It's the Ark. Where are we at with that? What's the retail and where's the current bidding, DMP?
The retail value is $4,200 and our current bid is at $2,100. So this is a screaming deal. We need it's $10 increments. So you just come on in and outbid the $2,100 bid going right now.
If you buy this raft, you are going to have it for the rest of your life. If you're
we'll personally take you down A river. Which river?
If you're a grandma or grandpa watching and you're worried about your rebel kayaking son or daughter taking your grandchild down the river in a kayak, buy them this raft. It is literally an inflatable pack and play. Nothing can go wrong. If you flip it over, it's like a jumpy house trampoline. And these things are multidisciplinary, and they can do it all. Trust me, I raised my kids in mine. There's no better thrill when you kick them out of the raft and they're in their kayaks. But for safety's sake, just look at it like an investment in your kids' future. We also have going the Liquid Logic custom power slide. DMP, where are we at with that right now?
That retails for $1,400, and our current bid is at $800. So, all right, we got 4 bids in at $800. Somebody wants this boat for more
All
than
the
that.
money goes to a good cause.
Green River.
Cleaning up the Green River.
Which is going to be not just a week long, a month long. This is going to be years, friends, years. So we really need your support. Get in there. This is your chance to own a custom Liquid Logic power slide. It's beautiful.
That's custom. That's the best looking 10-foot half slice going. It's fast. It's sexy. It will flat spin and boof like no other. Get you some of that Liquid Logic power slide going for $800. And on to the next piece of merchandise. We'll let Al Gregory hit you with this one more time. It's currently at $650 for a
Dry suit for $650. You cannot go wrong. It's got the rear zippers across the back and in the seat. Very convenient, very convenient. This is the one you need to have.
Let me show you this,
And it is
folks at home.
Gore-Tex.
This is Gore-Tex. That is the real deal. You cannot find $650 dry suit that's Gore-Tex. That is a deal. What else do we have, Dixie Marie?
We got Al's favorite. Where is it? Oh, it's under.
Oh my God, the otter box.
The box.
The otter box.
The turtle box. Turtle box. Right now I'm
Turtle
the high bidder.
box.
Algie's the high bidder, but I'm gonna be up in that bid pretty soon. This is a hot token.
We have 6.
No, just one in the online auction.
Oh, just one in the online auction. Oh, you have to be here for the other ones.
Al's been. He's been bidding on this all day. This thing is one of a kind. Look at that.
It's so cool. Flip it around.
Waterproof, dust-proof, Helene-proof. This will also
Brian Miller
have
proof.
it forever. I told you my boy rocked this down the green. Boom, boom, boom. If you want to take your party to the next level, jump on this. And I want to see the price go up. I want to see y'all spend Al Gregory's money. Let's go. Okay, DMP, what's up next?
Well, next up in our queue, we got, our artists. Let's check in with where our artist work
Oh,
is.
here comes the raft.
Arlen's
Brian, here comes the
men's
raft.
plaque is up to $210, so that's pretty sweet. $210. Women's plaque is still leading at $500. So yeah, boys, you better catch up to the ladies there. Astral PFD. That's looking like it's a $380 value, and the current bid's $260. I know you guys can do better. This is your choice of the Nimbus or of the Rescue.
Wait, did you say Nimbus? It's the Indus.
Sorry, no, I got some other things on my mind. Sorry.
Hey, we're gonna do a quick cut real quick. We have Luke Hopkins. He's the designer of this Badfish, badass raft, the Ark. Can we pan over here, cameraman, and get a couple details on this sexy-looking puppy? I love this yellow with the teal, blue. Luke, tell us a little bit about this raft.
All right, so this is the Badfish 10.6 Ark. It's named after the Arkansas River. And, let's just talk about one thing that's kind of unique about it. The raft actually has clear material, so you can see the fibers in the raft. You can see what it's made out of, so the surface is clear. It keeps your raft cleaner. It's a little more durable being clear like that. But, most importantly, it's a raft. It's built to be fun for, a few people to get out there on the water.
I was telling all the grandparents out here, if they have, kids that are kayakers and grandkids, if you're worried about taking, your son or daughter taking your grandkid out in a kayak and hurting themselves, get this Badfish Ark. It's like an inflatable pack and play. You flip it over. It's a jumpy house. I love this thing. I want to see, how heavy is this? Oh, yeah, man, I can pick this up by myself, which is awesome.
Yeah, you can just shoulder this thing.
Sweet. I want to just set it down. I want to see the size, let it down. I want to see the size of the thwarts here because that matters. I want to see, so like you can pile this by yourself. You can R2 it and, a kid in the front, a kid in the back. This is a great deal. Actually, I think I'm the leading bidder on this, and you can tell why because I'm hyped. On this Badfish Ark.
I appreciate it, man. Anybody with kids, anybody who just wants to have fun on a boat and hop out of their kayak and do something as like where you're doing it with other people, rafting is sweet. It's great for that.
All right, we're gonna make a quick cut back. We're talking about the men's plaque for the Green River Rodeo. Arlen James is our local artist. He's been producing these for Green River Champions for a while. Oh God. Oh boy.
Careful there, Millie.
And there's probably more of these that have broken in people's houses and mantles and are assembled in one piece. But this is the men's trophy.
Is that the men's?
And it's currently going for $210. This is a one-of-a-kind piece. I don't know how many more of these will be made, but there's nothing more beautiful than Arlen stained glass. This is a wave that overtook the hurricane with the eye and then the river. This is a beautiful piece of glass currently going for $210. And I'll tell you what, take my money. I love that raft, but this is a one-of-a-kind piece. So I'm really,
super special.
Really special about this piece of glass. What else do we have, Dukes? We want to showcase?
Let's look at Levi.
So let's talk about this.
This is currently at $150.
You know, this is an emotional piece too for me because it was painted here today, inspired by Levi, and you know, no disrespect to all our sponsors, but you can go out and buy a lot of this stuff in the store. You can't buy a Candace Caldwell tattoo, an Arlen James stained glass, or a Levi Rhodes original. So that's an incredible piece. You know, these things are going to last forever. They're going to look amazing in someone's home to remember the spirit of Gorilla and what this race represented to all of us. So currently we are
150
at 150. Let's see if we can't push that up just a little bit more. Dixon Marie, you want to talk a little bit about Candace's tattoo session?
Yeah, so Candace Caldwell Day has so graciously donated a 3-hour session, custom tattoo session at her tattoo shop, which is over in Silva, North Carolina, not too far from the Green River. She does amazing work. You can check her out online. But again, that's going to be a 3-hour session. It's worth $500. The current bid is at $250. So let's, you guys, anybody been thinking about getting a tattoo or wanting to add to your collection? Now is the time. And then we have the White Salmon River House, which is 3 nights, 4 days, up to 8 people. And this is out in the Columbia River Gorge on the White Salmon River. That's an awesome place to go.
What state is that in?
It's in Washington State, across from Hood River, Oregon. So
okay,
like right there, Columbia River.
So you fly into Hood River, Dixon Marie?
No, you probably fly into Portland and then, then work your way back down. But you've got lots of whitewater out there and just amazing, amazing area. Thanks to our West Side friends for sending some love our way. We have the Watershed Ocoee dry bag, and that's got 8 bids underneath it. Its value is $159. It's at $125. We have Eleanor from Watershed. You want to come talk to us about this? I don't think the bag.
Hey everyone watching.
Hey. Do we have the bag?
No, we do not have the bag with us. It is currently at Watershed. We had over 4 feet of water in our facility, but we are coming back from that disaster. We've been working to get back to normal. We are hoping to get back to production December 9th. So
sweet. Shipping out of the Riverside
next week
Drive
for shipping, yes.
Oh,
for
that's
inventory.
Great.
So we do have inventory, which is the Ocoee.
Yes.
On there, the Ocoee bag, which is our smallest dry bag of our recreational line. It's great for day hikes. You know, getting up to the river, on the river, off the river.
Heck yeah. Does it come with some Hurricane Helene floodwater mud? No, it's all been cleaned up.
It's been cleaned up. The French Broad River came and gone.
It's off the dry bag. Is it one of those really pretty purple ones?
Yes, it is.
Ooh,
yes.
I like the purple. It's gorgeous.
We're pretty easygoing too, so if you did need a different color, that would be totally fine.
Okay, so if I needed yellow, I can maybe get yellow.
Or orange. Orange or green.
Oh, orange or green.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, so we have purple, orange,
and green. Okay, awesome. Oh, sweet.
And
best dry bags out there. They
Yes.
keep your stuff dry.
Sure do.
And the Ocoee's probably, I don't know, that's one of the ones we see. Almost every kayaker has one. Every
Yeah,
rafter.
the river purse.
Yeah, it's your river purse. It's the perfect
Completely
thing for it.
submersible, airtight Watershed dry bag.
If I'm flying on an airplane and we have to like bail, if I had my dry bag and I blew it up, would it be a good life rescue device for me? How would that work?
I hope the airplane does not go down, but yes, as much travel
the way
as you
this
do,
year's gone. We don't know what's next.
I feel like Watershed is, if I have I can accomplish anything.
Heck yeah.
Honestly. I can put anything in it, and I feel completely wonderful with my dry bag.
You feel safe?
Yeah, feel safe with my dry bag.
Yes. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Watershed. Thank you so much for that donation, raising all kind of money. We have several items from Patagonia. We have the Patagonia Black Hole Duffel Bag, which is an awesome gear bag. You can put all kind of stuff in it. You can put small children in it. This one, it's the 70 liter. It is not de-stuffed right now. It's stuffed into its own little bag, so that's how they come to you. Yeah, minimal packaging there. Current bid's at $125. It retails for $199. So come on, guys, let's get you some more dollars on the Black Hole. Yep. And then the Patagonia Swift Current Zip Front waders. Current bid on those is $350. These are Gore-Tex waders. They are indestructible, amazing. Front zip, I guess I'm not a fly fishing person, but there we go. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Front zip.
Front zip, easy
High-end
access.
Zipper.
Yeah, that's
Boom.
a hard. Wow.
Wow,
Boom.
that's a good zipper.
Yeah.
Patagucci trout. Inscription. I love the flash of the blue pockets with the
Your internal
rope zipper.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Waterproof.
I needed those today hiking up to Hammer Factor.
No
actually.
doubt, right?
I tried to cross the river.
Neoprene footies that are reinforced with some elastic. These are super nice. What's the bid on that?
Current bid's $350, and
Yeah.
their value is $799. So that's a screaming deal. Somebody needs to come in there and swoop in, up that bid.
Send it to all your fly fishing friends if you,
And-
thinking about Christmas presents.
Great time.
Send the link to 10 people that you know.
Greenrace.us. Greenrace.us. We have 3 things that do not have a current bid. I'm going to let Brian talk about the pack raft expedition to Costa Rica.
Yeah. So we have the pack raft trip with R&L Adventures over there in Fortuna, Costa Rica. Retail value of $4,200, minimum bid $2,100. We don't have any bids on that right now, so let's not let that opportunity get away. $2,100 is definitely a steep price, but that's one of the most beautiful places that you can go to in Costa Rica.
That's a steal, though, to get to go on that trip, and you get a custom pack raft to keep.
Oh, you get to keep a pack raft.
Yes.
Amazing.
So this is a screaming deal. This whole package is,
I think logistically, you fly into San Jose. It's about a 4-hour ride to La Fortuna, and that's where you base out of for the R&L expedition. And then you're located right there, again, at the Tabacan Hot Springs. Mount R&L is an active volcano, so at night they'll erupt. And while you're sitting in the hot spring, you can see the lava kind of drifting down towards where you're hanging out, having a beverage. R&L Outfitters. Let's jump on that. Man, I wish I could go to Costa Rica and go to Idaho in my raft with all my swag and my new tattoo and my Patagucci waders and some custom glass and a one-of-a-kind paddle.
So good.
I'm going to spend my paycheck, Dixie Marie.
Anything from the hurricane, it's act now.
Act now. Don't wait. Don't don't drive over the Green River Bridge and say, I'll see you next time, Mama Green. Just say, nah, hold my beer.
Yeah, so we want to update a little bit of what's going on here. The Badfish Raft is at $2,100. The custom power slide is at $850. That's going up. That's nice. Good work out there. The NRS Gore-Tex Phenom dry suit, $650.
Come on now. That's
Wait. Dixie Marie works for Patagonia. Dixie Marie Gore-Tex.
Gore-Tex is the bomb. I mean,
Yeah.
it really is. It's the top shelf of your waterproofing, and it's you can't beat it. And it's PFAS free now, which is a big deal.
PFAS.
Those are those little microplastics that get all they're like nasty. They're everywhere. But anyway,
Hey.
Gore-Tex has been working really hard to get PFAS free, as this entire industry. So that's a big deal.
Grandma, Grandpa, if you're worried about your little munchkin on the river getting cold and wet, they might have a Grand Canyon trip. They might be going down the green. If you want to keep that kid nice and dry, jump on that Gore-Tex NRS Phenom dry suit. I mean,
Thanks, NRS.
Yes.
Thanks, NRS.
We love
They're
you.
amazing. Just out of Moscow, Idaho, NRS. Check them out. We've already hit on the Turtle Box Gen 2.
Somebody's got to swoop in, and I mean, it's sitting at $300. So
All right.
value's $399, but really I think that value should be more like, infinite number, because it's got the Green River New Dawn logo on it.
It has the most hits of the day. It's at 10 bids. Its retail is $399. It's going for $3. I'm just telling you, man. I've had personal experience with this product. It's amazing.
You can.
I mean, I wear nothing but Astral vest. I carry only a Watershed dry bag, and when I'm listening to beats on the river, it's always a Turtle box. It just is.
Love it.
Okay, let's check in on. Oh yes, Arlen's Men's Trophy Stained glass, the eye of the storm is climbing up to 210, which is a
210?
bummer because I want that. You keep pushing it up, you're taking my money, but one of a kind.
One of a
Arlen,
kind.
why, let me ask you
wanna
this.
play?
I actually bid on it.
Oh.
Eleanor, Ellie has put her money where her mouth is. Here it is. Come stand right here. Yep, make sure we get that.
It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Wow.
Fun.
That is just one of a kind, amazing art. I gotta tell you, like, why is the women's at 500 and the men's is at 210? Let's go, men. Grandpa, hey, all you parents that spent all this money on your kid to be a kayaker and they never won the green race, here's your chance to buy him a trophy. Like,
It's not up for
here's your chance to buy him a trophy. You can tell all your friends, hey, my kid, well, I bought the trophy. I bought the trophy. Okay, like.
Well, I mean, this is the 29th annual, right? 29th annual, and this glass is the only glass being made. So if you were planning on racing this year, if you've raced before, if you've won before and broken your glass and you want to replace your glass, hello.
No, that's really like puts it into perspective to consider how much time and effort and hours and years of someone's life goes into racing the green, to paddling the green, to learn how to run a kayak, let alone earning the right for a green trophy. And the fact that for the first time in 29 years, you can buy that trophy. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to put it all out there.
You can buy
It's really humbling to me. And I would just tell you that there's only about probably 35 or 40 of these trophies ever made.
Yep.
You know, they didn't start out, I don't think, having a women's class, but once they did, Adrian has a stack full. But there's a limited number of these. And, you know, given the situation of what's occurred down here, Dixie Marie and Eleanor, you know, tomorrows aren't guaranteed.
No,
and we
they are not.
We don't know what's going to come of the river and of the race. So I'm not going to say this is your last chance to buy a piece of history, but this eye of the storm, Helene hurricane piece is really meaningful to a lot of levels. And almost, I don't even think, the more I look at it, along with Levi's Powell, that you can actually put a price on this stuff.
I know.
So
all of this art, and we have, we're just so lucky that our friends are so talented and are sharing that talent with us.
Let's
that
talk.
live.
A lot of heart and soul into his artwork. He's originally from Florida too, and so this was a big feeling for him, being from Florida and also being in Western North Carolina where his heart is, and living here for so long that the hurricane. I was just thinking of Arlen, the artist, putting forth all this effort into just this one magnificent piece of glasswork.
Yeah, and I'm putting my money where my mouth is, and I'm up in the bid on that. So as soon as I get done with that, I'm leaning in all in on that. I have a trophy in my house from the green race, and it's so meaningful to me. And so it's really priceless. It hangs in my office, my wife's office, and when the hurricane hit the house, I told you it broke windows and broke gutters and broke the roof, but it didn't break the trophy.
That's right, can't be broken.
We were like, thank goodness. So let's move on to this other one of a kind, and I might buy this as well. Shoot, I don't care.
I'm gonna come in on that one.
This is River Treasure. River Booty, and Eleanor is going to show you the detail of Levi's painting. We've already talked a lot about Levi, but we'll just pause and just have a look at that.
And Levi found this paddle blade while he was in the Green River Gorge and picked it up, and he's so creative. He's like, what can I do with this? And look what he's done. It's pretty cool. It's the Green River at Gorilla with all the peoples coming in to see the race. How many people do you think we had last year?
Oh man, 1,500, 1,500.
Yeah.
It's always hard to say.
Hiking
but,
in, and
the coolest thing about the green race is that the spectators are just adventurous as the racers.
Yeah, it's a class 5 hike in.
Hiking into the green is not easy. It's rope assisted. It's steep. It's challenging. The easy part of hiking into the green race is just that getting in, and the real chaos kind of hits getting out. So we love our spectators. You folks at home, again, it's greenrace.us. It's a live auction going till 9.
9 o'clock.
Dixie Marie and I are bringing you a little bit last of our day. We're still kind of hanging out, waiting for our groups of volunteers to come back from their epic adventure of cleanup and trash collection.
There's so much. We'll be doing cleanups for many seasons to come, many weekends to come. But this has been a huge effort to see everybody out here going upstream and downstream. There's so much trash and debris.
Dragging kayaks, carrying bags of trash, friends catching up. It's going to be a hell of a party. The best band in the Southeast, the Lake Shifters playing. DJ Albee, nothing but love. We're going to grieve a little bit, cry a little bit. We're going to shake those bones. We're going to do some dancing. And it's going to be a great night. I'm ready for the sun to fall and for us to get this party on.
Yahoo! Green River 29.
So thank you for watching and attending. Thank you for all the love and support to this community, the Restoration Green River Conservation Fund Foundation. Thanks to the Graces for putting it on. This is our 29th annual green race. We're not talking about sub 5 or whoever fancy kayak or who's going fast. We're talking about like loving and supporting one another, and that's what this has been about. So we're signing off. The auction goes till 9. Lots of love, and we'll see you at the race in number 30 in 2025.
Yes. Woo!